Heat 2 of FFA showmanship can start checking in at the holding pens. Ryan Aldred, Colby Avery, Ethan Bomberger, Chloe Ella Bilo, Shelby Clark, Sienna Gallegos, Michaela Hall, Leander Hansen, Lily Hayes, Jackson Ketchum, Timothy Love, Brinley Lloyd, Keegan Moore, Catherine Olson, Aspen Pexton, Jack Thomas, Kelby Walls, Reese West. Go ahead and start checking in at the holding pens.
Well, first of all, thank everybody for having me come up and do this. It's been a blessing, here the last few days, and in the sense that, we in Oklahoma down there where we're at, we had a wet spring, but the last, I'd say 2.5 weeks have been between 102 and 109, and looks like y'all been blessed with some cool weather and some good moisture as well, and it's good to see green grass in August and that type of thing, and I've really enjoyed it so far. Got in yesterday afternoon. And just kind of took it easy and started kind of thinking about, what the plan was for today and what we were going to do. And without giving, too much away to the next heat or to the 4-H kids, when I get out here, when I do showmanship, it's a very challenging thing for me to do. And I'm sure lots of judges have realized that as well because it's personal. We're not out here judging pigs that, maybe got hurt or different things happen, or maybe it's just not my kind of pig, and that's okay. But when we start talking about these young kids and their ability, the fact of the matter is that for us and the kids that ask for our help at the house, all I ever ask them kids to do when they go in the ring is that if you get beat, just make sure it's not your fault. And I tell them that every time we go in. Because the reality is the very, very few times, if ever, have I ever seen a pig win the show at the end of the day strictly based on showmanship. You just got to show good enough and then let the pig do the rest of it. And there's an awfully good set of kids out here that are going to get let back to the barn and excused. We got 2 heats. I think I've actually kept 6, and when only 5 are needed, or maybe even 7, kept a couple extras. But, for me, when I don't believe in doing tricks, and like I told the guys helping that when we let them out of the pens, open the gates and shut the gates for them. I'm going to assume all of y'all understand how a gate works. I don't believe in having to shut your own gate, and I don't like situations where judges make you do that, because as you stop to shut that gate, your pig stops and starts rooting and gives the judge a bad look. And so I want to run this like a show, and when I get out here, the way I kind of go through showmanship is, we had 16 or 17 out here, which I thought was a really good fit for the size of the ring that we have, to have just enough pigs where you have to work at it. And the strategy in which I go through this as a judge in my process is it's never failed me yet. There just always seems to be a handful of kids or handful of pigs I just continue to get good looks of. The how and the why at this stage, and in terms of within heat, doesn't really matter to me. How they're doing it don't matter. All I know is I need to get good looks, and there's just a handful of them that found gaps that you know, when they come out of a pass, they made maybe a little bit longer term and waited for an opportunity to present itself to kind of get in front of me, but more in a gap and by themselves. And so it's just some little things like that as we get through a heat. This group of young people have done an awfully good job, and I'm sure have been successful in this arena in showmanship at other shows, and that's just the way it's going to fall today. Again, thank you guys for having me. Put your hands together for this first heat as we excuse them back to the barns.
Returning from Heat 1 to the final drive of FFA showmanship, Peyton Ramza, Riley West, Hayden Hubbard, Reagan Allen, Peyton Hall, and Taya Gallegos. We'll work into Heat B, or Heat number 2 of FFA showmanship. We're looking for Ryan Aldred, Colby Avery, Ethan Baumberger, Chloe Ella Bilo, Shelby Clark, Sienna Gallegos, Michaela Hall, Leander Hansen, Lily Hayes, Jackson Ketchum, Timothy Love, Brinley Lloyd, Keegan Moore, Catherine Olson, Aspen Pexton, Jack Thomas, Kelby Walls, and Reese West. Today we welcome to our show ring Tanner Winter. His wife and 4 kids own and operate Winter Livestock and Feed. They run about 100 sows, 15 boards, and they are a show feed distributor. Please welcome Tanner to our ring. Today we also welcome Hot Shots Photography. They have a booth located in our vendor area that you can view your pictures at, as well as Show Barn Flicks as our live streaming services.
once again, another very gifted group of showmen that's still going to be let back to the barn. And, it's heats like these that guys, you get reminded that this is a team sport as well. And just like any other team sport, if you're out on the basketball court and you got, a player out there that loses their attitude and keeps getting you technical fouls, it's going to be hard to win a game. And sometimes it just comes down to that. I appreciate you guys keeping your composure as some of these things maybe get sour on us or get bad attitudes. Don't ever forget there's a whole lot of people out there that want to end what we do. All of those people that want to stop what we do have cameras on their phones as well. Don't ever, under any circumstances, give them any ammunition or any evidence. Thank y'all with some of these pigs that got sour, keeping your composure. It is a team sport. And like I said, it's little things on top of that and my personal preference. Please congratulate these exhibitors on a job well done as we excuse them back to the barn.
Returning from Heat 2, we have Ryan Allred, Reese West, Ethan Bomberger, Catherine Olson, and Leander Hansen. Division 1 Superlight Class 1 can start heading to the ring. Sean Bassert, Serenity Burkett, Shelby Clark, Peyton Ramza, Leander Hansen, and Taylin Campbell. Class 1 of the Super Lights, if you have not already checked in, please do so with your fair ambassadors, Sean Bassert, Serenity Burkett, Shelby Clark, Peyton Ramza, Leander Hansen, and Taylin Campbell.
What a challenging but fun group of young people to sort through in showmanship. And like I said earlier, so many of them did such a really good job, and it become, the minute details of this game and what I personally prefer as a judge. But I would still lean on you guys. Keep listening to your advisors, your coaches, your ag teachers, county agents, whoever you have helping you, because the guy you show to next time is probably going to have a different opinion, and that's completely fine. All of y'all have done an extremely good job. For me personally, once we kind of get back out here and start working down, we've got a good size ring, and I think what sorted maybe some of us down the line, I'm not going to talk every one of them we've got pinned, because they all did a good job. It's just my personal preference, but I'll tell y'all just kind of as a blanket some different things that I saw. The size of the ring we have here, I appreciate that it's big, especially in showmanship, because you've got room to work, and I think some of us, maybe didn't utilize the whole ring. As you come out of a pass, it's okay to keep going and get out of the mixture that's right in front of me and make you a bigger loop and keep them pigs moving. This is the only species where 100% of our judging is on the step and on the move. And so it's important to me that as you come past me, keep going and get out of the mess and make you a big loop and have vision of the flow of things and try to find that gap and know where the pigs are going, and not necessarily where the gap is in that moment, but where it's going to be. I start looking for, as we start getting down toward the end, I move my position maybe just 4 or 5 times, and as I would move, some of us maybe overreacted and tried to really get on that pig and turn them and try to get them right back to me as quickly as you could. And as I turned around, pigs were stopped, maybe hunched up just a bit and wanting to fight us just a hair. Some of it I look for is just your position into that pig. Some of us are getting far enough up on their body that we get in their uncomfortable part of their vision, where maybe their speed's a little stop and go for us from time to time. Lots of little things, and then as we get down to the upper end, it starts just coming down to what I call the touch, and it's not something that it's really hard to teach. But what I mean by that is the appropriate amount of pressure and the appropriate place where we touch that pig to get a determined response. Teaching them pigs at the house the difference, and what head up means and what turn means, and making sure that's natural. I know a lot of us wanted to step, as it's not a thing that we ever did, and I'm fine with it if you can pull it off, but I would rather you step briefly between me and the pig as you're turning out of them loops and keep them moving than try to step around in front of them and have them stop. If I have to choose between those two, my preference is keep them moving. If you're between me and the pig for half a second, it's not going to alter the outcome. During the show, I'm still judging the pigs. If you can pull it off, power to you. It's nothing that we can do, and my kids are little stocky kids anyway, and these big hogs, they'd have to take about 13 steps to get around in front of them anyway, so it's not something we're working on at the moment, but again, that's just some personal preferences. We get down to these 3, and of the group, I think they were probably all 3 of them in the top 5 or 5 or 6 in my opinion, as far as their initial look. When you're in them holding pens, get them pigs backed up like you're on a horse at a timed event. Back them things up in the box so when I see their head, they're already going. They're already at speed. That way you don't have to smoke them hard and get their top up or top down depending on where you're hitting them. I thought these 3 did a good job of when the gate opened, their speed was as close to appropriate as they could get it instantly. Their path was an appropriate distance for me where I could see the pig. It wasn't too close. If they decided to bring them at me, they turned out of that before they got too close. And so these in my mind, once we got the whole group out here, I thought would work themselves up to the top. And then again, as we had the collective, there was the upper end of this class were ones I just kept seeing good looks of. And initially, when all of us are out here, the how and the why doesn't really matter to me. It's just that I keep getting good looks at that animal, as many as possible. And so we start getting down here and sorting on my 3 favorite showmen in this particular drive this morning. And there's some differences between them. And I'll just talk about them in no particular order. The young man over here with the gilt that's got the white rear leg, that's a gilt that's, she's bad and she knows it. You know, she doesn't want to go fast, but she doesn't want to go slow, and so he's having to work a little bit to be in charge. You know, again, on a team sport, I want to know who's driving who, and that man's in control, but I know he has to work for it too. There's a couple times, like I said, maybe coming out of turns, trying to get that pig back to me, maybe didn't make as wide of a turn, and got that one kind of, you know, tangle-legged there, maybe a time or two. But man, when that young man makes a pass, the touch that he's got, the way that one responds is she's got a very natural gait. The level in which she's carrying her head is very appropriate. It's attractive, but it's not so much it's affecting her gait and the way she gets out and moves. A young man has done a very comfortable but yet intense job. Young man coming right in front of me, very similar. One that's really got that pig speed honed in. When he gets in the zone, the speed in which that pig travels is very, very good and very comfortable and very natural. There was times that maybe he gets a little bit more animated with his whip from time to time. But again, as long as he's always hitting that pig in the right spot at the right pressure, hey, the pig responds and all's good. I guess the one place I would maybe get on, that's a big hog, and that's a shorter young man than what the other two are. So he's got to cheat a little bit further up on that bear than maybe the other two gentlemen do. But at times, again, maybe just gets close enough to that pig's shoulder that we start getting in his peripheral vision, maybe a little too much, and the pig maybe gets a little stop and go on us from time to time. And then, you know, like that situation, there's a couple battles there that maybe he didn't win, but he adjusted in the moment, realized that this pig just needs to go the other way, and did it, and didn't sit there and fight. Another young man that in terms of just comfort and confidence, one that's just easy and smooth, young man's done an awfully nice job. Young man over here with the off-belt, the gilt again, just the speed of that one, the appropriateness of the way he's getting her to carry her head, his posture's, you know, intense. Again, maybe from time to time, she's a little bit of a slower walker than what these other two are. He's allowing her to be so. I still think it looks very comfortable and very natural. Posture and his position's very well on the pig. Like I said, there's a couple times maybe you got to be just a hair more aggressive to make sure that one maintains a good speed. But at the end of the day, that pig sure didn't stop an awful lot of times. And when she did, he didn't get overly aggressive. He just eased her back into it. Again, I guess for me, 3 of them, and a whole set all the way down that I think are very, very natural. Ones that are very comfortable. The pig looks natural. That's another tough thing about showmanship is the very, very good ones in the show, you're not even supposed to see at all. You're not supposed to notice them. They're presenting the pig, and all the focus is on the animal. And so it's challenging to sort them ones up that, you know, just kind of just blend into the background, but their pig's always presented. It's always at a good speed and always giving me a good look. I think all 3 of these young men have done an awfully good job. It's a dead-gum shame that we have to pick a winner amongst you guys. Anybody in here, and a lot of them kids that got excused could show pigs for us any day. Very, very proud to have these 3 out here, but ultimately we've got to place these guys. The young man right here in the middle coming across, I'm going to stick you third. I got to make a decision. It's not fair. I wish all 3 of you could win. It's just not the way it's going to be today. Like I said, young man that gets a little bit more animated with his hand motion than the other 2. Maybe one that gets a little bit further forward, and some of that's out of necessity because of his stature. As he gets taller, man, that young man's going to be a force to be reckoned with on down the road. A very, very good one, though, to still be here in the top 3. And then between the other 2, it's just minor details. And you know, when we got on 4th and goal, you know, who made the move and who made the pass. In my mind, the one that keeps coming back in my mind, this red-headed kid right here is going to win. Congratulations, young man, you'll be second. Very good job.
Very great class of FFA showmen. First place is Ethan Bomberger. Second goes to Riley West. Third is to Reese West. Fourth, Reagan Allen. Fifth, Leander Hansen. And sixth, Ryan Aldred. Congratulations, all exhibitors. We'll now go ahead and start our FFA market show with our Class 1 Super Light Division, Sean Vassar, Serenity Burkett, Shelby Clark, Peyton Ramza, Leander Hansen, and Taylon Campbell. Thank you. Super Light Class 2, you can start heading to the holding pens. Serenity Burkett, Hayden Hubbard, Serenity Burkett, Lillian Lewis, Ashton Rigby, and Chloe Ella Bilo. Class 2, please start making your way to the holding pens. Serenity Burkett, Hayden Hubbard, Serenity Burkett, Lillian Lewis, Ashton Rigby, and Chloe Ella Bilo.
Very neat class with some differences to sort through here in our first class of the day. And again, we get up here in top two, and these are my two favorite ones. I'm very confident in that, but they're very, very different, and that's okay as well. The one I'm going to use to win, though, is one that just from a genuineness of blade shape, muscularity and expression up high, squareness down low, and attractiveness, and an extra high quality look from the side. One that I find a lot of favor in, one that skull's very appropriate, one that's attractiveness, not only up front, but its length of side, length of hip is still very good as well. Well, I like the shape of that one's front leg. Maybe just a bit more tender up front than what I prefer. I'd maybe like just that one to offer maybe just a hair more dimension right through the center part of its body to make that one balanced, maybe just even better. But with that said, one that's still comfortable enough, one that's super fresh and shapely up high, one that's very, very attractive as well. The one that comes in second is more comfortable out of her front end. I think that one still needs some alteration in the way that she rotates out of her upper hip. I'd like to change that one's rear leg as well. One that is bolder in her center body, one that is more dimensional there. That one's very, very big and bold out of her blade. That one's still a big-footed, stout constructed one that's still muscular. One that's just a little bit more generic in her overall look. One that's a little bit forgettable from the base of her ear to her shoulder. Still a good head shape on that one. I would like to clean her up in her front third and elevate her up front maybe just a hair, and maybe change her rear leg maybe just a little bit, but that's an awfully good pair of pigs that offer trade-offs there at the top end of the class. The one that comes in here in 3, at a glance from the side, I think matches up quite well with what our class winner is from just a attractiveness and balance standpoint. One that's still got some depth to her jaw, one that's still got some squareness to her loin edge. But of the upper end of the class, I'm confident that not only is that one's rear foot and ankle and rear bone the smallest, but as I get right in on top of her, she's a little bit just narrower up high and just flatter in her general build. I'd like to open that one up at the upper part of her shoulder more. I'd like to crack her open in her center rib, and I think if we do those two things, we see more spread down the top side of that one's body, one that's still very comfortable and very well put together. The one that's going to come out next is another very elevated, very attractive hog, especially right ahead of her blades, one that's still lean and raw, and I like those things. Similar to the one right ahead of it, though, that one's not only just a little bit flatter right there in the center part of her body and a tick more fragile in terms of her rear bone construction, but then as we get her out here, that one's of the top end of the class is one that is a little bit more forward in her shoulder and arm placement, and as a result wants to carry her top a little bit higher than what I personally prefer. The one that comes out next is a bolder kind of made a hog. That's a big shouldered one that's big chested, certainly muscular. Coming and going though, I just got to square that one up down low. Coming at me from her chest to her knee wants to cave a little bit more. She's a little bit longer toed hog. And then going right away, her stifle's a little bit further out than what I would call appropriate. And as a result, maybe just doesn't flex with as much coordination and authority as what we need. Another one that's maybe just a little bit shorter in terms of her front end and hip. The one that's going to round out the class is certainly not devoid of muscle. That's still a bold, muscular hog, big-shouldered and thick-ended. That one just doesn't quite balance good enough. One that's a little bit lower-fronted, a little bit rounder out of her top. She wants to favor her rear leg, maybe just a bit there for me as well. Another one that we just got to square up just a bit, but another good, bold, muscular hog. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Class 1, first place goes to Leander Hansen, second to Peyton Ramza, third Sean Bassert, fourth Serenity Burkett, fifth Shelby Clark, and sixth Taylin Campbell. We'll work into our super light class 2. We're looking for 2 from Serenity Burkett, Hayden Hubbard, Lillian Lewis, Ashton Rigby, and Chloe Ella Bilo. Following the completion of our Super Light Class 2, we will have the Super Light Division selection. We will need back we'll keep back the top 4, and they're already ready.
Another good class with some differences here toward the top, and I'm very confident in the one we're going to use to win. One that's got look and structure, one that from a fundamental standpoint, big-chested and round-bodied, and as a result, more than muscular enough, one that's still shapely and fresh. In an ideal world, you don't wish maybe she tied and blended just a hair better there in her ham-loin junction? Yeah. That hog for me does need to be longer hipped. I do wish that hog's lower rear joints had just a bit more cushion and comfort in them. But with all those things said, still my favorite one. We're going to use her with her problems. For me, the decision become between 2 and 3, just because those are very, very different pigs. When the young lady here that's going to be second, when that one first come in the ring for me, I read that one as just kind of being a muscular, productive, just fault-free kind of a pig. Just from a fundamental standpoint, one that's got some width and boldness about him, some boldness to his blade, some muscularity in his view up top and from behind, versus our class winner, one that's just a little bit plainer, one that's not quite as fresh, one that gets a little bit higher there in his chine. If I could balance that one's front end up just a bit and freshen him up, it sure gets close up top, because I find favor in the cushion of that one's joints above the one in first or even the one in third. The 1 and 3 is going to be a good cutting type of a hog from a cutability standpoint. One that's still stout, one that's rolled up right in the middle part of her back, and is super, super expressive going away. That one's got a great big forearm and is still very stout in terms of her rear bone as well. I guess for me, that one just has to blend together better. One that wants to get a little bit lower fronted, a little bit softer on her front feet, one that's a little bit high there in her top, and ham-loin junction and levelness of hip could be tweaked just a hair as well. That one's just a little bit rawer than what I personally prefer, but is certainly very, very close to having that appropriate amount. That one just got to be square going away and balanced just a tick better from the side. At a glance, the one coming out next is, kind of gives me a 70-mile-an-hour look of one that's similar to the one right ahead of her, one that's good-jawed and has a big arm, one that's extremely, extremely expressive from a muscularity standpoint. From a structural standpoint, I struggle getting that one much higher. I've just got to make too many excuses for that one to go ahead and move her up. One that's forward in her blade and arm and coming at me needs to be square. She's got to be looser off them rear two for me to move higher today. The one that's the couple that are going to come next are ones that I just got to crack open more. One that have to just give me more of just a muscular power look compared to what else is offered in this class. This one is more comfortable than the one right ahead of her. One that's still very elevated. One that's still maybe not perfectly coordinated on her rear two, but I think one that I would still deem comfortable. Just her view coming and going. I still have some left on the table to be desired. That one just got to be opened up down low and offer me more power up top. And the reason she ends up, beating this one here is I read that one, and from a cutability standpoint, being maybe just a tick more genuine. This white one come in the ring, and I love that one's noggin and stoutness of skeleton. That one's very level down her top line. Her hips very good as well. Again, I've got to alter the shape of that one's front leg, and where her arm and knee sit underneath her shoulders inappropriate to me. And then again, once I get right around behind her, I start questioning how genuine that one is, from a flesh standpoint, in addition to does she just have enough muscularity to go ahead and flip that pair? It's right there on that line. But another good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Super light class 2, first place goes to Hayden Hubbard. Second is exhibited by Lillian Lewis. Third, Serenity Burkett with 2.52. Fourth, Serenity Burkett with 2.54. Fifth, Ashton Rigby. And sixth, Chloe Ella Bilo. Exhibiting now is our super light division selection. From our first class, we brought back Leander Hansen, Peyton Ramza, Sean Bassert, and Serenity Burkett. And from our class 2, we brought back Hayden Hubbard, Lillian Lewis, Serenity Burkett with 2. Lightweights, go ahead and start checking in.
Out here for this first division drive, I feel that we've got a pair of gilts that have very, very similar qualities and a very similar just silhouette about them. The shape of their skulls and shoulder and front arm, the muscularity and shape they have up high, their view going away. I read a lot of similarities between those two particular pigs. The differences I see is, I guess, it's all trendy right now, but and we're pumped about it when we get it too. The heavyweight, that's a darker skinned one. That's a thicker and denser hair texture about that one. And I even give that one probably the edge in terms of just genuine stoutness. I do read just a hair more bone in that one's rear leg. I do read just a bit more broadness of skull in that one versus the lightweight. But that's taking nothing away because I'm not going to call that one frail. But when I get in on top of them, from that one's forerib to the middle part of her rib, I do see more maybe just outward curvature, and it might just be a matter of just a little extra fill in that particular gilt. And then we talk about the young one, although that one's not maybe quite as stout as what we have in the heavy. That one's still certainly stout enough. She reads stout through her front end and through her noggin. The shape of that one's front leg is still very good. One that's still very comfortable as she gets out here for me. The shape is good, but like we talked about, she's not quite as stout. And as I get into the center part of her body and the lower part of her middle rib, maybe not just as much natural feel in that one as what we have in the heavy. I think they're, again, very, very close. I think their silhouettes are very similar from a distance. I guess it's hard for me to find one that does probably have more total advantages and one that I got to make fewer excuses for in the fact that her biggest downfalls, maybe she just didn't eat as good this morning. I like the Class 1 to win this division. Congratulations to him.
Champion super lightweight is exhibited by Leander Hansen.
Second place comes out, like we talked about that one. From that one's Hamlin Junction forward, that's a pig that's very, very loose built and very comfortable. Another one I'd like to alter the way she travels on her rear legs as well. That one reads as just a bold, practical type of pig that's stout and broad. But again, maybe one that's just a little bit plainer about her look up front and the shape and texture she has to her muscle. But it's still a very, very good one. I thought the heavyweight matched up very, very well with our champion. They look very similar to me. I'm going to elect to keep those two together. Congratulations.
Reserve super light goes to Hayden Hubbard. Which is Serenity. In the super light division, champion super light goes to Leander Hansen, reserved to Hayden Hubbard. Third in the super light division to Peyton Ramza. Fourth to Lillian Lewis. Fifth to Serenity Burkett with 2.52, and sixth to Sean Bassert. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll now move into our super light class, into our lightweight division, Class 1. We're looking for Reagan Allen, Aspen Pexton, Kelby Walls, Colby Avery, Sienna Gallegos, Sage Wells, and Leander Hansen. There will only be one class in this division, so this will be the division selection, and we will move into the medium weight.
we get in this class here, which I guess stands alone as its own division. And truthfully, there's so many bits and pieces about, each one of these hogs that I really appreciate to a very, very high level. I don't know if there's that one that blends everything I'm looking for together and runs away with it, and it does become very, very close, and it becomes an equation of what I can tolerate and what I like. The top 2 or 3, when they come in the ring, I knew they'd get close. Those just are a silhouette that's mostly my kind. This one here, that's a square-built one that's round-bodied yet, one that's bowled up high, one that's square, not only out of his upper hip, but in that whole view going to the ground. The reason it becomes close for me is for me, balance is about proportions, and all the pieces and parts have to be a size that makes sense to me. And for me, versus the Burke appeared one that's going to be there in second, this one isn't quite as attractive out ahead of his blade in relation to the size of his rear foot and rear ankle. I either need to make that one cleaner up front or make him bigger at the ground to make that hog truly, truly balanced. One that's maybe just a bit, maybe not perfect in the set to his hawk. I maybe like to give him just a tick more, but I'm going to stop way short of calling that one unsound. He's certainly reliable out here and very comfortable enough as he goes. Just a good, solid kind of fault-free pig to win. The Burt gilt from the side before she started fighting the young man gives a very, very high-quality look. The length of that one's front end's very good and very neat when compared to how long her hip is and when compared to how much center mass that she has. And there's no doubt that one's just overall size of arm and size of rear ankle is superior to what we're going to have in our class winner. I guess for me, not only is that one not as comfortable in the way she flexes out of her shoulder in relation to the class winner, going right away, you just got to make that call. If you can tolerate that, she wins the class, and it's right there on that line. If I can make her just a hair more comfortable and appropriate and secure in her stifle joint and down to her hock, we can maybe switch that pair. Very, very good pair of pigs. The one that's going to come out here in 3 from a shape standpoint, from a shape of skull standpoint, one I like a lot of things about. That one's another stout one that's up-headed and attractive, almost to a fault, because that one's so hard-backed and so expressively shaped up high, it makes the upper part of her skeleton just a little bit more rigid. And what I mean by that is, as we set her into motion, the upper part of her shoulder isn't flexing as good as what we have in them top 2. Her hip doesn't flex quite as good, and as a result, just on the move, that one's range of motion down low is a bit timid. It's a little bit shorter and quicker to the step and a little bit tighter in the way that her joints function. She's not quite as soft as what we have in them top 2 in terms of her center body shape and the depth there to her heart either, but that's an awfully good one that I think rounds out an excellent top 3. Again, from a noggin and squareness of loin standpoint, I like that one there quite a bit. The one that's going to come out next is one that's very elevated, and arguably from a balance standpoint, I can make the argument that one is as good or better than anything we have in the class. One that's level down her top line, one that's still big bone and is appropriate in her bone size in relation to her front end. I guess for me, what it comes down to is I didn't see enough just true width down low. When that one comes right at me, her view coming at me doesn't balance. She's taller than she is wide, and if I could just open that one up, just a bit, and she needs to be for the frame that she has, but one that from a balance standpoint, if you were just going to black that pig out and make a backdrop picture, those are the kind that make a judge look silly, because the side profile doesn't tell the entire story on that one. Coming and going, I need that one to have more. Similar situation with here, this red one that comes next, and the reason he doesn't get around the gilt right ahead of him is when I get right on top of him, I saw just a little bit more shape in the gilt that's going to be there in 4, and I saw that one's chine being a little bit deeper down between their blades than this one. But man, you want to talk about loose skeleton, one that's stout constructed and square in terms of the way his rear leg travels. And I'm not going to handicap any breeds in the way I judge. If we're going to show them together, we're going to show them together. But I can appreciate a red hog that's got a looseness of skeleton like that has bone like that, one that still balances. I just got to have more muscle in a market show today for that one to move higher. But that's an awful neat one to see get out and just travel and be that comfortable. Similar situation with the blue one coming out next. One that's just a little bit more generic in its overall shape. Probably does have a little bit more width and with the chest and weight to its favor than the one right ahead of him. I guess for me, I need more stoutness of just noggin in that one. I wish I could change the shape of him from his blade forward. And then as we get down to the ground, that's another one that's very, very loose constructed, a lot like the one right ahead of him. But this one's flexible to a fault. And what I mean by that is he starts wanting to give up in them lower joints. It doesn't affect his overall movement too terribly bad, but it does just enough to be just distracting for me. I've got to pick that one up on it and get him more on the tips of his toes instead of the heel of his foot, maybe just a bit more. The one that's going to round out, another one that's maybe a little bit softer down low. I read more shape in this one than the one we have right ahead of her, one that's very, very crisp in terms of her loin edge. From a balance standpoint, she's flat enough up front that it causes her to run downhill a little bit more than I like. I need that one to be fresher and softer right there in her middle part of her body as well. Another good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations in our lightweight division. First place is Sage Wells. Second goes to Leander Hansen. Third, Reagan Allen. Fourth, Sienna Gallegos. Fifth, Kelby Walls. And sixth, Colby Avery. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll move into our medium weight class 1. Lily Hayes, Catherine Olson, Isabella Osterman, Sage Wells, Michaela Hall, and Peyton Ramza. If Class 2 can start checking in, that would be great. Shelby Clark, Ethan Bomberger, Serenity Burkett, Michaela Curlis, Leander Hansen, Taya Gallegos, and Michaela Curlis.
a very, very fun class to sort, especially here at the upper end again. And good comes in different shapes and sizes and packages in this particular drive once again. But I was confident, early on the one that we're going to use to win, and one that balances so well. In an ideal world, I wish that one was a bit longer hip and maybe had a little bit more, maybe just a tick more set to his rear leg. But again, I'm going to stop short of calling that one, inappropriate. He's walking like maybe just got a tick over full, I guess, for me, but he still maintains so much squareness. His length of body's appropriate. One that shape of rib is very, very good. Coming at me, he's bold and square and good noggin. Like I said, I might like to flex that one out, maybe just a hair better. But to call that one completely unsound, I believe is just a stretch. For me, the close decision was between, 2 and 3 here, and the second place Blue Bear. If we were just sorting them things on the move, we could make that one, go ahead and slide up and win the class. Of the upper end, there's no doubt for me that one is the most comfortable. He's the loosest shouldered bear. That one's the shape to his front leg, the cushion he has in his lower joints, but yet strength in his skeleton at the same time is very, very appropriate. One that balances very well for me from the side. All the pieces and parts match. One that's very, very proportional as well. For me, of the top 3, the reason he's going to slide in right here too is when I get right around behind him, I need more shape, not only down that one's top at the weight we're at, but I need a little bit more shape out of his upper hip. And his biggest flaw for me, I just need more right in the seat of his pants. I needed to have a little bit more inner thigh and especially outer stifle to go ahead and get around our class winner. The one that's going to be here in 3 is one that, again, from a shape standpoint, from a noggin standpoint, we can all see how truly elite and high quality that particular pig is. Again, such is the case that there's so much hard shape in that one up high, that one just starts getting rigid in them joints for me. And I wish from a balance standpoint, from that gilt's blade forward has to be, shape maybe just a tick differently. One that's carrying a little bit more beef there on the back of her neck. One that just won't ever just release her neck and let her nose get up a little bit and really show off a bit more of an attractive look. I like the shape of that one's front leg from her elbow down, but from there up, wants to get too far forward, wants to be too rigid in them upper joints. A very, very nice trio to be the upper end of the class. The one that comes out here in 4 is another loose built one that's still got, an attractive but yet stout front end about him. One that's level and comfortable and square, all those things. A lot like, the Blue Bear that's in second. When that one goes right away, I just got to have more shape and product in that particular pig. I'd like to lengthen his hip out maybe just a bit as well. The biggest difference between him and the one that ultimately ends, there in 2 is when I get right in the center part of that one's body, that one just gets too flat there in his forerib. The middle part of his ribs flatter as well, and as a result, there's just not a shelf there to where we can let that pig spread more up high. That one's just a little bit disappointing from his blade to his hip for me today. The one that comes out next is Black Hog's another comfortable one that still has some product, one that's still got a good noggin. As we get into that one versus the top 4, one that for me just has to balance maybe just a tick better. I need to drop that one's chine down in him just a hair more and freshen that one up just a bit. The reason that one's going to go ahead and beat this tri-colored one is I see more elevation and a more appropriate maturity pattern in that one than we see here. There's no doubt that one's boldness of blade and rib cage and overall muscularity is very, very good. To a fault for me, going right away, that one stifles a little bit outside of what I would call appropriate. And then from the side, as I start reading into that one's maturity pattern and length of cannon and elevation, I start worrying about, where that one can end up. Can it keep going, and gaining weight efficiently from a frame size standpoint? So another good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
In medium weight class 1, first place goes to Catherine Olson, second to Peyton Ramza, third to Michaela Hall, fourth to Lily Hayes, fifth to Isabella Osterman, and sixth to Sage Wells. Congratulations, exhibitors. Coming in the ring now is medium weight class 2, Shelby Clark, Ethan Bomberger, Serenity Burkett, Michaela Curlis with 2, Leander Hansen, and Taya Gallegos. Following this class, we will have the selection for the medium weight division. A reminder, exhibitors, please make sure, and if you are going to sell your hogs today on Friday or Saturday, make sure and get your picture taken at the photo backdrop with Hot Shots Photography.
Temperature keeps getting turned up more and more, and there's no doubt this is the deepest class we've seen yet today. There's pigs in 6 and 7 that had they got a different draw and a different weight class could be in the top 3 very, very quickly. Very good deep class, and you know, we end up out here, and I'm very comfortable with the one that we're still going to use even in a very, very deep class. Because, you know, to get the fundamentals out of the way, you know, in terms of having enough, you know, spread and width down low and shape to their body to allow them things to be muscular enough, that one there checks all those boxes. One that still balances very well for me. One that's length of hip is still very, very good. You know, in an ideal world, I know some guys might want to get on that one and say she's just not level enough out of her hip. My opinion is I think that one's hip's very appropriate. I think we're getting livestock in general to dead gum level, and in that attempt, I think that's the single biggest flaw with these things being able to have pigs, and not that we're judging these as gilts, we're not, but just as an observation, if you try to get bears that level hipped, you're going to have to pull an awful lot of them, and I think that one's hip still appropriate, and then just from a sheer skeleton standpoint, there's no doubt in my mind the cushion, the bend, the comfort and coordination that one's got in her joints is not only as good as what we have in this class. That's one of the more appropriately built ones down low than maybe we've seen yet today. An absolute powerhouse comes here in second. That again, from her ham loin junction forward, that one's very, very neat. One that's so square, not only in the shape of her body, that's what I call a square rib cage in a hog, but it's so square in the edge to her loin, and the shape to her shoulders very square. But as we set that one in motion, not only is she just a bit more forward in terms of the set to her blade, and just not quite as long striding in terms of her range of motion up front, but from her hem-loin junction back, I absolutely, love that one. Squareness out of her upper hip. I love the stoutness to her rear leg. I've just got to change the way it's assembled. That one needs to be longer hipped and more comfortable off them rear two, and more secure at the ground in terms of the way her rear toe spread and her feet spread, and the way she comes to the surface itself. I need to reshape her rear foot and make that one more confident in the way she comes to the ground. But gosh dang, that thing is neat and powerful and square up high to still have that kind of look up front. Here's another one here that just, from just a fundamental standpoint, one that just checks boxes, one that's big-chested and bold-ribbed, one that's still muscular and fresh, one that's got plenty of shape. Compared to the top two, not only is that one just a little bit more generic about her look up front, not only in terms of the back of her neck, but the depth of her throat as well. In relation to her muscularity and center body mass, that one's the least stout. I'm not going to call that one frail, but she is the least stout in terms of her foot size and ankle size of the top three. But if you just want to go through and just talk about ones that are always going to be in the upper end of their class because they're muscular, fresh, bold, and sound, that one certainly does those types of things. This next one coming out is one that worked her way up, in the class as we kept driving them. The reason is I'd like to, loosen that one out of her hip, maybe just a hair. I'd maybe like to open her up in her view coming right at me just a bit. But with that said, that's still a big shouldered one up high, whose body shape is very, very good. One that's very shapely and fresh and bold in terms of her muscle expression from her blade down to her hip. And then from a balance standpoint, one that's still attractive up front and one that's still level in her overall design. We might want to relax her spine maybe just a bit, and maybe that'll help her rear leg travel a bit better as well, and we could slide that one up maybe a slot or two. The one that comes out next is one that is comfortable, at a glance. One I still like that one's, bone structure. One that's still very, very stout in terms of her arm and rear, in terms of his arm and rear leg. I'd like to change again. That one's front end. I'd like to add more jaw and take a little bit off the back of his neck to make that one's, for where we are in these times, make his front end kind of match where we are. But of the top end of the class, again, this is a very, very, very tough class to be in. As I get in on top of that one, I'm just a bit too disappointed in terms for the weight we're at, the spread and shape that he has up high. I'd like to just make better. I'd like to open that one up at the top of his blade. I'd like to crease him right there at the heel of his loin just a bit better and offer just a little bit more punch and shape in terms of that view from behind. The next two that come out are a little bit the other end of that spectrum, ones that are super wide down low, ones that are round bodied and very powerful, ones that are muscular and shapely up high. This one that comes out here, to have that kind of power, that one's ankles need to be bigger. That one's got to be more appropriate in the way that she goes directly away from me. That one's just a little bit further out in her stifle than what I call appropriate. But what sorts of pairs, even with that flaw, I still read more flexibility out of that one's front end and just more range of motion and comfort level than what we see here in this blue one. I do like that one's elevation up front, but it comes at a cost because the way that pig does it is by being a little bit more upright in terms of its blade, one that's a little bit further forward and where its forearm lays in her. I'd like to back that forearm up into her body just a bit more. I'd like to loosen her up out of her hip and relax her rear ankle just a bit and let everything just kind of loosen up and be more comfortable. But another good power hog to be there. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, first place in medium weight class 2, Taya Gallegos. Second goes to Ethan Bomberger. Third, Leander Hansen. Fourth, Serenity Burkett. Fifth, Michaela Curlis. And sixth to Shelby Clark. Heavyweight class 1, please start checking in. Sarah Turner, Riley West, Serenity Burkett, Sienna Gallegos, Rutley Hansen, Reese West, Catherine Love, and Ryan Allred.
We get out here for this middleweight drive and a pair of pigs that, again, from a fundamental standpoint of just production and mass and muscularity. Both of them check all those boxes. I guess for me, it's important that at the end of the day, that as a judge, you just have a kind that, when we make breeding decisions on sows, we may be 3 pins over and see a sow ride, and I got to make that call without their heads up. Just, what kind do you like, and what do they need to be bred to, and those types of things. We get out here. There's one that hit me. I don't mean to be anticlimactic. I like the one out of the second class the best. She'll be champion.
Champion medium weight is exhibited by Taya Gallegos.
That second place comes out of that class, and like I talked about, I could change both of these things in terms of the way they travel, maybe just a hair. I think their problems in the way that they flex are very similar. Both of them are a little bit tighter in their rear leg. Both of them are a little bit, more restricted out of their shoulder. There's the lightweight's probably one that just from a proportion standpoint, I think one that from his length of neck to his length of side and length of hip probably is more appropriate there in terms of weight proportions. I love that thing's view coming right at me. One that's so bold and square in his blade and down in his chest floor. And we talked about the second place that from that thing's hand-willing junction forward, that thing's wild. And I like, I don't like them safe ones. We're at a tough show here. And that one for me has the furthest reaching pieces. If you can tolerate that one from its hand-willing junction back, that one might be holding a purple banner instead of a pink one today. I still like that second place, second best. He'll be reserved. Congratulations.
Reserve in the medium weight division is exhibited by Ethan Bomberger. If you own a black Jeep Cherokee license plate County 2, number 9230, you're blocking in a High West Energy truck and you need to be moved immediately. We'll move into our heavyweight class 1. Sarah Turner, Riley West, Serenity Burkett, Sienna Gallegos, Rutley Hansen, Reese West, Catherine Love, and Ryan Aldred. This will be our division selection as well. Since there is only one class in the heavyweight division, the extra heavyweights can start checking in. Michaela Curlis, Timothy Love, Isabella Osterman, Serenity Burkett, Colby Avery, Michaela Curlis, and Luke Miller.
Another very good class here with lots of pigs that have so much to offer the drive, and yet I feel like, at least in my mind, as I start breaking these things down, they just all kind of find their place logically for me, and that goes, for the class winner as well. One that right off the bat, if you're going to get overly picky, I'd maybe like to pick her up on her front feet maybe just a bit, but not so much that it changes the way that one gets out and moves, because that one's still very, very comfortable, one that's appropriate in terms of her width and muscle, one that's bold and round in her body shape and is very powerful up high. And again, if we get off to the side, all the pieces and parts of that one just blend so naturally, one that balances so very well for me, one that looks like a power hog and still looks like a show pig all at the same time, and does it with a very comfortable skeleton. The other really good balanced one that matches our class winner in terms of rear leg stoutness and rear leg range of motion is the one that's going to be here in 2. I like the way that one proportions up from its blade forward, from blade to hip, and then length of hip is very, very good. One that's very elevated at the same time. It's hard to get them things to be that tall fronted and attractive and still, short enough body to really balance appropriately for me. From the side, though, versus our class winner, that one wants to get a little bit higher in his chine, one that doesn't read with quite as fresh there at the top of his shoulder, one that's not quite as crisp in the shape to his loin edge. But that one was surprising to me, and the reason that one ends up in 2 is as I get off to the side, that one, is more powerful when you get on top of him than what I initially thought he would be. Because he drives a little bit higher in his chine, I started wondering how much spread's really there. That one does have more muscle up top than what I initially thought he would till I got on him, but I just needed to be creased up and a bit fresher to get around our class winner. Very good pig there to be in second. I feel like the one here in third, from just a top-line balance standpoint, I think matches the 1 and 2, one that's still very level, one that's elevated and attractive up front. Length of hip and rear leg travel is very comfortable as well. In relation to the top 2, though, that's the one that runs out of just ruggedness down low. Of the top 3, that's the smallest footed one, that's the most fragile, but I still appreciate that one's squareness of edge, that one's squareness of feet and legs, and the way he travels, length of hip is still very good and very fundamental. The reason he's going to get around the one here in 4 is I do read more squareness about his shoulder and levelness and squareness out of his hip. This one coming out here is a power hog, and to have that kind of muscle and still travel with some coordination and some comfort is very, very impressive. Of the top 4, though, that's the one that's just a little bit rounder in his general build for me and a little bit chunkier in terms of flesh. One that's a little bit rounder and bolder to the base of his shoulder. One that's a little bit shorter and rounder out of his hip. Not so much so that it inhibits his travel to a point that he can't be in the top 4, but enough to keep him out of the top 3. I still like that hog quite a bit. Still plenty enough going away. Maybe could bring that in ever so slightly. The one that comes out next is, another one of them hogs that if you're going to buy into just shape up high and turn to their loin edge, and one that's still got a deep jaw and a good skull, you could slide that one up another spot or 2. That one's too forward in terms of its blade and arm up front for me. She needs to be more comfortable in the way she travels off her front 2, and I just wish that hog just blended everything maybe a bit better, one that's a little bit tighter in her heart, one that's a little bit harsher right there in her ham-loin junction. One that comes out next, again, just from a fundamental standpoint, another one that's got some width, got some body shape and some muscularity. Another one that, again, for me, just from a balance standpoint, I need to make that one stouter up front and in its ankle size to match how much muscle and how much body that one's got. That one is a little bit of a longer bodied hog, which throws it off there in his ham-loin junction maybe just a bit. One that I would still call flexible enough and comfortable enough. Off his rear, too, he's maybe just a tick uncoordinated and doesn't drive with as much authority is what 3 or 4 of them, ahead of him do. Here's another, again, very muscular hog, one that's very bold and very wide and big-ribbed and has plenty of power. One that's still very, very heavy structured as well. That one's got to go better for me, not only from the set of his blade and his front foot set standpoint. He's got to be looser out of his hip and more appropriate in his width going right away. This one coming next is more appropriate in terms of that width, one that is more comfortable in his rear leg travel. From a market hog standpoint, though, that one's just a little bit greasier than what I personally prefer. And I get around behind him, I need to open that one up. I start questioning how genuine that one is from just a muscularity standpoint, but I still like that one's ruggedness of skeleton and looseness of build. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations in the heavyweight division. Champion goes to Riley West. Reserve to Reese West. Third is Rutley Hansen. Fourth, Ryan Allred. Fifth, Serenity Burkett. And sixth to Catherine Love. Congratulations, exhibitors. We'll bring in our extra heavy class 1 now. Michaela Curlis, Timothy Love, Isabella Osterman, Serenity Burkett, Colby Avery, Michaela Curlis, and Luke Miller. Extra heavy class 2, you can start checking in Jackson Ketchum, Kinsley Nussbaum, Rutley Hansen, Taya Gallegos, Blake Miller, and Peyton Hall.
Where he's hammering them on structure, there's a few pigs that I'd just be like, okay, stop. Okay, go.
He actually tried calling it quits this year. Like he came and he announced his classes. He came and told me, he got all teared up and told me, he said, I'm gonna take a leave of absence for next year, but I'm not coming back. So why? He was gonna take a leave of absence. He wants to be done, but he was gonna take the leave of absence to go help his mother-in-law. But then he tried, he went down to
We get in this class here and end up with a pair of pigs on top that, in my mind, do the best job of blending muscularity and shape and freshness along with some extra flexibility as well. The one we're going to use to win, though, I think does it to just a little bit of a higher degree in terms of one that has that kind of power up high and shape to her center body and still has that kind of comfort level. One that's depth of jaw and stoutness about her front end is still good enough. In an ideal world, could she blend just a bit better there in her hem-loin junction? Sure, but there's no jump muscles or anything like that. I just wish she'd fill in maybe a hair there. We're starting to get up there in age and weight, and maybe not just quite as fresh right there at the heel of her loin as what we have in some others. But I think you're digging awfully hard to call that one a bad one to my face. The one that comes in second, again, just from a fundamental standpoint, one that versus the 1 and 3 not only gives me more appropriate look in that bear's view coming right at me in terms of the squareness of where his forearm and knee lays in him, but going right away, that one's just got more punch and power in that view, one that's got more shape to his lower stifle and more dimension from behind than the 1 and 3. And again, of the class, I think that's one that matches up with those positive traits with a little bit of extra flexibility and cushion in his lower joints in relation to the 1 and 3. The 1 and 3, that thing can get her head up, one that's elevated up front, one that's certainly tall statured, and I would even argue that one's rear bone size maybe even larger than the one there and 2. But again, along with all that, coming right at me, that one starts to get just a bit disappointing. I'd like to open that one up there in her chest floor just a bit, maybe clean up the back of her neck just a hair. And if I could give her just a little bit more set to the rear ankles, I think she could certainly line up, maybe move up a spot as well. I thought this next blue one and the 1 and 3 matched up very well from the standpoint that, both their chests and could be cracked open just a hair more. This one arguably has a little bit more, set and range of motion to his rear leg. Unfortunately for me, that one's front leg is where I find the fault. That one's blade is not only rocked a little bit further forward, his arm's a little bit further forward, and his range of motion, I just need to be better in the front half of his body and be more comfortable. The one coming out next of the class is probably the shortest statured one. I'd like to make that one longer legged. I do think that would help that one balance in relation to his length of body. Again, another one that coming at me, I read more chest floor and lower body dimension than what we have in 2 or 3, either one, but another one whose knees need to be just a bit better. I don't mind that one's flexibility. That one's power up high is good. That one's power going away good. Again, from just a maturity pattern standpoint, and what I personally prefer, that one's just a little bit lower to the ground on both ends. Not one that necessarily runs downhill, because I still read that one as level. I just got to pick that one up and trim him up maybe just a hair. We get into the one that comes next, another stout featured one that's big boned and muscular, one that's certainly elevated up front. I've got to change that one in the shape of his rear legs and the way that one gets out and travel and make him more comfortable off them rear 2. The one that comes next is square in that view, one that's more appropriate in the set to its hawk going away, but one that's still maybe just a little bit straighter off both ends in relation to the class, one that I just have to crease up with more shape up high and more power in that view down low. Another good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations, extra heavy class 1. First place goes to Colby Avery. Second to Serenity Burkett. Third to Michaela Curlis with 198. Fourth to Michaela Curlis with 201. Fifth to Timothy Love. And sixth to Isabella Osterman. We will work into our extra heavy class 2. Jackson Ketchum, Kinsley, Nussbaum, Rutley, Hanson, Taya Gallegos, Blake Miller, and Peyton Hall. Following Class 2, we will select the extra heavyweight division, and then we will work into our champion FFA market show drive. We'll need for the champion selection, we'll need Lander Hansen from the Superlight division, Sage Wells from the light division, Taya Gallegos from the medium division, and Riley West from the heavy division. Reserve champions, please be on deck and ready.
Good class to round out the FFA side on. We end up here with the top pair that there's maybe some give and take, but the white gilt for me is the one that not only still, this late in the game as we get to these heavy weights, still maintains, a market hog look, but does so with a little extra show ring presence, a little extra youth and freshness about her as well. And then one that just gets out and is comfortable in the way she goes, one that's square and has enough bone and noggin. Maybe we could crease that one a little harder versus a couple others. Maybe we could clean up the back of her neck ever so slightly, but I'm not going to miss the forest for the trees. I like that one the best. The one that comes in second is one that like I said earlier, that one still maintains a market hog look, maybe just not quite as youthful of a look as what we have in our class winner. One that's a little bit plainer in his shape at this stage in the game, one that's a little bit more generic from his blade forward. If I could just make him more attractive and just a little bit more youthful in terms of the shape right down the center part of his back, we could maybe flip that pair. The one that comes out next, this is one that from just a flexibility standpoint, I appreciate that one's range of motion. Flexible to maybe to a fault, one that wants to get a little bit soft down low, but that doesn't inhibit the way that one travels. That one's reach up front's good. That one reach from behind's absolutely incredible. Maybe the longest hip pig we've seen all day. But again, at this stage, just running out of gas in terms of just a youthful look. That one does have more spread up high than I initially thought, but that one just wants to get a little bit flatter and more mature about its rib, one that's just not quite as shapely and stout down low. The one that comes out next is more shapely right in the center part of her back. There's no doubt that one's got as much power as anything in the class, but I just got to make that one balance a bit better. One that's a little bit low fronted, a little bit thicker neck, one that's just rounder out of her hip and just too uncoordinated off them rear two. One that I think range of motion is still good enough. I just wish she was more coordinated in the way that she did it. I wish that one was squarer and leveler in her build. The The one that comes out next, another elevated, comfortable one, one that just, again, closes up too much for me, not only in terms of her muscularity up high, but that view going away, I've got to open up her rib cage and give her more power in that view from behind. But I read that one as being more genuine and leaner than what we have, here in this red one. Another one that I'd like to see opened up just a bit. That one wants to get just a little bit lower in her head carriage, a little bit, rounder out of her hip and just shorter coupled. I just need to stretch that one out and make her more expressive. Right there at the top of her blade, make her a little bit fresher in terms of where her chine lays in her, but one that's still deep-hearted and bold-centered, one that's still comfortable as she goes. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Congratulations in our extra heavy class 2. First place goes to Rutley Hansen. Second to Taya Gallegos. Third to Peyton Hall. Fourth to Kinsley Nussbaum. Fifth to Jackson Ketchum. And sixth to Blake Miller. In the ring now is our extra heavy division selection. We will move right into our FFA market division selection. From the super lights, we'll need Leander Hansen. Lights, Sage Wells. Medium, Taya Gallegos. And the heavies, Riley West. Go ahead and start heading to the show ring.
Another good pair to be out here for this division drive, and a pair that, if I think you took all the muscle and skin and hair and just broke them down and just had both their skeletons there side by side, I read a lot of similarities between them two in terms of the way their bones are laid in them, in terms of the way they get out and move. I like both in there quite a bit. One of them is maybe a little bit smoother in the way they blend stuff together. The other one's a little bit further out there in terms of pieces, and one that's a little bit further reaching. That's a little bit more my style. I like the young men's belted gilt for championing this division. Congrats.
Champion in the extra heavy division is exhibited by Colby Avery.
That second place comes out, another one that blends everything together so very well. One that's level up high, one that's creased up in terms of its back shape, and has those advantages over the white gilt that wins the other class. Like we talked about that one could be maybe just a tick looser, and maybe make some minor changes here and there. You got to appreciate that one for where he's at. But for me, the one I like the second best is still the white one. That one will be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Rutley Hansen exhibits the reserve in the extra heavy division. For the extra heavy division, champion was Colby Avery. Reserve exhibited by Rutley Hansen. Third exhibited by Serenity Burkett. Fourth exhibited by Michaela Curlis. Fifth exhibited by Michaela Curlis. And sixth exhibited by Taya Thompson. Excuse me, that's Taya Gallegos. Colby and Avery, we need you back for the champion overall FFA Market Hog selection. Exhibitors in the barns, there will be a 30-minute break following the conclusion of the FFA show prior to the first heat of 4-H showmanship. Reserves from each division, go ahead and be making your way to the holding pens if you're not already there. Hayden Hubbard, Leander Hansen, Ethan Bomberger, Reese West, and Rutley Hansen.
we get out here in this champion drive and we get our division winners out here. And, you know, maybe not the exact same pig was available in each division, but I'm very proud that as I look out across here, you can start kind of seeing that blend of traits and that overall look and the general shape of them things that I like and I'm trying to put together. Ultimately out here though, you know, the decision has to come down to, you know, what's enough muscle, you know, what's enough soundness, you know, and I think all of these meet that minimum standard. I think all these in terms of flexibility are more than appropriate, in terms of muscularity for their frame size are more than appropriate. And the thing I like the most is, you know, each one of them looks like they came out of their division, from the super light to the light, the middle, the heavy and the super heavy. They look like that weight range of pigs. Their maturity patterns are right. Ones that just put so many good things together. And ultimately, I guess it comes down to if they all check, you know, all the boxes, it just comes down to preference, saying what kind of general shape do I like. If I'm, you know, if I'm driving down the road 70 miles an hour and all these are out in the yard, which one of those am I just automatically drawn to? Which one gets me up on my tiptoes and makes me high-five the swine gods and thinking that they came? I think there's a pair of them, and then we'll get the reserve out here and see if they can battle it out for that reserve ribbon. The one that for me, again, I'm not into big profound speeches. I like these things a lot. I like that one the best. He'll be champion. Congratulations.
Congratulations to Riley West. He exhibits the champion FFA Market Hog. We bring out the reserve in that class exhibited by Reese West.
That reserve comes out of that division, again, from just a silhouette and a bone structure standpoint, one that still fits that mold that I like, that I'm drawn to, and I'm always trying to find one that's flexible and square and elevated and good looking and stout and all those things. But yet there was still another one out here I thought pushed our champion, one that I was drawn to in class, drawn to in division, and I still like her an awful lot out here, this young lady with the white-legged gilt reserve.
Reserve is exhibited by Taya Gallegos. Congratulations. We'll move into our FFA Pen of 3 market show. We're looking for Burns FFA, Frontier FFA, Prairie View FFA, and Horse Creek FFA.
we got a couple different entries in the Pen of 3 deal here, and I'm not sure exactly what everybody expects me to say. You know, they're, the 3 on this side. I mean, I remember them 3 pigs. Remember they placed well in their class. And they've each got their own positive attributes and things that we can tie into and brag a lot about. You know, the big bluegilt's one that her range of motion on her rear leg and length of hip is arguably the best we've seen all day. You know, you got a couple others I think match up real well in terms of shape, in terms of their look going away. I think are very, very similar. But at the same time, on the far side, there's another group over there that all 3 of them were in the ring at the same time here, but just a couple minutes ago, and things are awfully good, extremely high quality. Them 3 over there, to me, match up the best. They're going to be champion.
Congratulations to the Burns FFA. They exhibit your champion Pen of 3 market hogs. .4-H showmanship, you will have 30 minutes prior to your show, so we will start right about noon.
We want to welcome our judge to this afternoon's show. It's Mr. Tanner Winter. He has a wife, Sam, and 4 kids. He owns and operates Winter Livestock and Feed LLC, has 100 sows and 15 boars, and he is a show food distributorship.
So is everybody here?
Heat 2 to the holding pens: Talon Campbell, Shelby Clark, Bailey Faree, Sienna Gallegos, Taya Gallegos, Luis Grizel, Colton Gutierrez. Again to the holding pens: Talon Campbell, Shelby Clark, Bailey Faree, Sienna Gallegos, Taya Gallegos, Luis Grizel, Colton Gutierrez.
Got a little bit of a trickier dynamic here in showmanship on the 4-H side, just from a standpoint that the heats are going to be a little bit smaller, and there's going to be more of them. And at the end of the day, you know, there's going to be 10, you know, maybe get placed, or 6, or whatever the guys decide over here at the table. But ultimately, as a result of that, you know, we may just keep 2 or 3 per heat. And with that said, what's really hard about it from my standpoint as a judge is where to draw that line, because it's one of them things that if I keep another one, there's about 3 or 4 of you that I feel group up as the the next kind of group of kids that, you know, might need to work on a thing or two as far as, like I said earlier, as far as, you know, developing the touch and just making sure, you know, your depth perception on the length of your whip and exactly where you're trying to hit them, and being present in the ring with your animal with purpose, and, you know, and mapping out the ring, and make sure that the pig's going where you want to and not the other way around. There's an awfully good group of good showmen still out here. We're going to excuse back to the barn. I'm pumped about the 2 we kept. Give these kids a good round of applause.
Colton Kateras to the holding pens. Sarah Turner to strat. To the holding pen, Heat 3, Michaela Hall, Peyton Hall, Rutley Hanson, Lily Hayes, Hayden Hubbard, Sierra Klon, Jordan Lewis, Lillian Lewis.
Again, such is the case that, we got to draw that line somewhere, and a smaller heat here in 5 young people that all did a very good job. And I guess the difference as I saw is, there's maybe, again, it's a team sport, and, some of them things aren't wanting to play along today and go where we want them to go and be in control. The young lady with the blue bear here, I thought did a nice job keeping that pig's head up, but one that's got just a little bit of a slower gait, and at times maybe got caught up in the mix of things, and maybe, wasn't seen, quite as good as what the 2 we pinned were, and got behind the crowd maybe just a bit more. And it's, like I said, it's okay to make them long passes and just get out and just try to stay by yourself. Another good group. Put your hands together for this group of exhibitors.
Again to the holding pens, Heat 3, Senior Showmanship, Michaela Hall, Peyton Hall, Rutley Hanson, Lily Hayes, Hayden Hubbard, Sierra Klon, Jordan Lewis, Lillian Lewis. To the holding pens, Heat 4. Lincoln Martinez, Paige Matthews, Bradley McCurdy, Isabella Marino, Juliana Marino, Kinsley Nussbaum, Catherine Olson, Jaden Riddle. Again, Heat 4 to the holding pens. Lincoln Martinez, Paige Matthews, Bradley McCurdy, Isabella Marino, Juliana Marino, Kinsley Nussbaum, Catherine Olson, Jaden Riddle.
A little bit bigger heat in terms of numbers, and as one would expect, the depth is still very good here as well. And once again, just got to draw that line somewhere. And a group of individuals out here that, you know, the biggest chunk of them are certainly in control, but there's times that maybe didn't quite have the vision on the flow of things and got caught up in a group under my feet. And instead of, you know, just like I said, peeling out of that group and waiting your turn and making that pass when it presents itself. But another good group of young people, put your hands together for these exhibitors.
To the holding pens, Heat 5. Ashton Rigby, Peyton Ramza, Caitlin Snell, Abe Scott, Nevaeh Sloan, Sage Wells, Mackenzie Wilson, Samara Wilson. Again, to the holding pens, Heat 5. Ashton Rigby, Peyton Ramza, Caitlin Snell, Abe Scott, Nevaeh Sloan, Sage Wells, Mackenzie Wilson, Samara Wilson.
Another group of 5 we're going to excuse back to the barn that in my opinion, are very calm and collected, and maybe at times maybe just not quite aggressive enough with the stick and as pointed as far as exactly where they need to hit them to get a desired response. Maybe a couple of us from time to time wanted to get too far up on their shoulder and their body and get too much in the peripheral vision and made them things as far as their speed be less consistent and get a little bit more of a stop-go type action. But another good group's going to be excused back to the barns. Put your hands together for these exhibitors. I guess this will be our last heat here, and I'm comfortable with what we've got pinned up, and we've got more than what we actually need, and we'll sort back through them. And another good group of young people here that, again, are very calm and collected, but maybe not quite as deliberate as far as the path they're trying to go. The pigs that they're showing, and maybe some of the other pigs in the ring are dictating maybe a little bit more of their path than what I prefer, but it's little minute details. Y'all are also doing a very nice job. Congratulations, these exhibitors. Please put your hands together for them.
Heat 1, intermediate swine showmanship to the holding pens. Ryan Aldred, Gage Anderson, Jack Anderson, Lily Badger, Gunnar Bartow, Michaela Curlis, Brinley Farthing, Logan Figler. Again, Heat 1, Intermediate Showmanship. Ryan Allred, Gage Anderson, Jack Anderson, Lily Badger, Gunnar Bartow, Michaela Curlis, Brinley Farthing, Logan Figler.
Had a little bit of a audible here. You know, we had another big group, and I don't want to leave these things out here because the important part happens after showmanship. In my opinion, it's not fair to wear all these things out. So I pinned up my six that I'm going to work back through. That's as far down as I'm needed to place. And again, even another very, very hard sword here, and guys that are doing a very, very good job. And it's just even fine tuning the, you know, y'all were better than the competitors in your particular heat for various reasons. And once we get out here, I feel like there's a group of them six that we've pinned back up. They're maybe just a tick more poised and deliberate about what they're trying to do. You know, we've got a young lady over here who's doing an awesome job. It's not fair to her to put that one back up there and then let that pig completely run out of gas. But she did an awfully nice job. Young man over here did a very good job as well. You know, there with the blue belted one. Maybe at times, just again, maybe could be when it counts and being able to just flip that switch and be a hair more aggressive at times. But that pig's got such a good natural gait. The kid keeps that bear's head at an appropriate level and makes him look very, very natural. Did a very nice job there. All these kids I'm very proud of. Y'all should be as well. Put your hands together for these as we excuse him back, and we'll go through the top end.
Okay, to the holding pen for first heat of intermediate swine showmanship. I need Jack Anderson and Gunnar Bartow.
Again, guys, you know, this is my opinion today, and just the way I prefer it. But to tell you that it was easy would not be the truth. That's an extremely competitive top 6 of showmen, and it come down to just a couple different things. Now, I'll briefly talk about the ones that we pinned up there. The young lady with the white one, that's one that's just a little bit just almost, I guess the word I'm looking for is maybe just deadheaded. Young lady was trying, but there was times that he walked slow enough and reacts slow enough, maybe could be just a tick more aggressive in this setting from a showmanship standpoint, just to make that thing go and do what you want to do. The young lady with the Berkshire colored one is one that did a good job, and eye contact and posture and demeanor was very proper. There was times, though, when we were trying to keep that gilt's head up, your eye contact was almost good to a fault, and there was times that the tip of your whip would maybe catch that gilt just wrong, maybe on the side of her nose, or maybe just a little bit odd over the bridge, and where that tip landed caused her to just jerk the wrong way on you. You were trying to get one reaction, and she'd react opposite of what you were trying to do, and it was just a little bit of the whip control there at the very end, but still did an awfully nice job. The young man that's there in 4 is again did an excellent job, and intensity was good, but was still very comfortable and not overbearing. Maybe at times, maybe just didn't turn out of our passes, maybe long enough, would get to the end of a run and try to turn on a dime. And the example or analogy I'll use is if you ever go to an air show and watch them airplanes, they don't come by the beach and stop and turn around and come the other way. They got to make a big pass and then come back in close again. And I think maybe we're just trying to turn that one on them rear two a little sharper than what I prefer. The young lady that's pinned up with the other belt one there, another very comfortable, very smooth job. Maybe wasn't deliberate enough on your passes, got caught behind some groups, and maybe the flow was going this way, and there was a couple passes we just ended up maybe just a tick behind them, and in that moment I'd maybe just peel out of it and get off and end up by yourself. We end up with 2 out here at the end of the day. I thought did an excellent job from the first time the gate opened in their particular heats all the way here to the end. Did an awesome job. There's some subtle differences between them. There's one of them, though, that I think is the definition of just smooth. Everything's consistent, the speed, their ability to keep that thing moving through turns, and it's very natural in the way they did it. They've both done a good job. I've have to choose one of them. Young lady, I think you're a hammer of a stick. Congratulations.
To the holding pens, I need Heat 2, Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Fletcher Hansen, Leander Hansen, Stacy Hayes, Jackson Ketchum, Haley Kapotsky, Wyatt Cruchten, Marcy Leemaster, Brinley Lloyd. Okay, again, Heat 2, Fletcher Hansen, Leander Hansen, Stacy Hayes, Jackson Ketchum, Haley Kapotsky, Wyatt Cruchten, Macy Leemaster, Brinley Lloyd.
Age division here where I'm told we're only going to have 4 heats, so I might keep an extra one here and there if need be. Again, another good group of kids, and it's just little things. I know I'm getting redundant, so I'm going to start saying less and less. I think I've kind of made my point about, you know, not only being deliberate with your whip and hitting them things with a purpose, but then on your pig pathing as well, and the flow of the ring, and just being in control and doing the things on purpose. So again, another good group of showmen. Put your hands together for them as we excuse them back to the barn.
To the holding pens, Heat 3, Intermediate Swine Showmanship, Walter Martinez, Orion Moody, Avery Moore, Keegan Moore, Sarah Northington, Aspen Pexton, Thomas Rigby. Again, Heat 3, Intermediate Showmanship, Walter Martinez, Orion Moody, Avery Moore, Keegan Moore, Sarah Northington, Aspen Pexton, Thomas Rigby.
another heat where I'm maybe just going to keep one less here, just because, again, I think the situation's provided here that if I add another one, then I need to add about another 3, and at the end of the day, there's got to be that line drawn. Another good group of kids that we're going to excuse back to the barn, guys. Y'all keep working, keep listening to your advisors, because y'all are good enough to show for me any day. We've just got to do some placing here, and it's just the way the world works in this particular environment right now. So again, thank you guys for doing a good job. Please put your hands together for them as we excuse them.
To the holding pens, Heat 4, Intermediate Swine Showmanship. Cale Snell, Audrey Teasley, Jack Thomas, Taya Thompson, Kelby Walls, Reese West, Riley West, Hudson Wright. Again, Heat 4 to the holding pens. Cale Snell, Audrey Teasley, Jack Thomas, Taya Thompson, Kelby Walls, Reese West, Riley West, Hudson Wright.
Kept a pair out of this heat that I thought were maybe just a little bit more constant and consistent in terms of speed and what gear they were in, and the way they were able to cut them things out of groups and just continually just always got good looks of them. These other 5 out here have done a nice job as well. It's just going to come with more time, on the stick with them things out there and more experience, but y'all have done a nice job as well. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors.
Okay, so everybody knows the junior leaders are sponsoring a free ice cream social. It's sponsored by Bruckner's Trucking. Started at 1 o'clock. It's over by the 4-H office, or it will be starting here at 1 o'clock. It's at the 4-H office here in the event center. Again, junior leader ice cream social.
Another heat of 8 here, we're going to end up keeping 3 out of. I thought those 3 maybe separated themselves a little bit more in terms of just the touch that they've got with not only their whip, but the pig and their presence and the way that the team works together. I thought was very good on those 3. Another group's going to be excused back to the barn that, again, are awfully good showmen that can certainly get one across. Little things need to be worked on here and there as far as, refining that touch and knowing when to be soft enough and when to be firm enough and remain in control. But another good group. Please put your hands together for these exhibitors.
To the holding pens, Heat 1, Junior Swine Showmanship. Kimber Allen, Ruger Anderson, Travis Bartow, Violet Conklin, Alexandra Krogan, Riley Edlington, Luke Figler, David Heinert. Again, Heat 1, Kimber Allen, Ruger Anderson, Travis Bartow, Violet Conklin, Alexandra Krogan, Riley Edling, Luke Figler, David Heinert.
Another quick sort, and again, you know, this is going to be Group 1A, I suppose, as far as the set. We're not going to pin back for the final placing, but yet a group that in this particular situation may be as much, you know, of a team deal situation where maybe that sort was made on you know, maybe the attitudes of them pigs and or you know, the stop go that some of them kind of wanted to do. But you guys have handled your composure, and I appreciate that. Y'all have done an awfully nice job as well. Please give these last four a good round of applause, and we'll work back through the upper end.
Ruger Anderson to the holding pens. Okay, if you own a white Lexus, County 2, 40884, it needs to be moved.
Sorry for taking a little bit up here at the upper end of this particular drive, and the reason it's taking me a longer time to do this is I'm trying to structure it in my head how to be able to talk about everything, and there was one decision that had to be made, and for me it was between who's going to be second and third. I think all three of these are very, very good. I think there's some differences between 2 and 3 we can talk about, but I'll describe what I see after I select them. But if I talk about each one of these, I think it's going to give it away, so we might as well just do that to begin with. This young lady right here did an incredible job. You're going to win this showmanship drive. And what it boils down to for me is that pig's got a naturally just slower pace for that young lady. But if everybody was to be completely quiet, we turn the mics off, and everybody just wait here, when she shows, you can't hear it. It's completely silent. Her ability to get that pig to go exactly where she wants it to and have purpose with where she's going and touch the pig that lightly, that's an awful lot of work that's been put in with that particular animal at the house. Young lady's got presence. She knows where she's going, and the ability to just be that dead gum easy with them and that pig react appropriately is dang neat to see. Did an awesome job. That I don't think there was much of a thought process or an argument in my mind on where she was going to land as we started working toward the upper end of this drive. That's an incredibly good job driving a pig. The decision for me come between these two because their styles are very similar. Both of them are maybe just a tick more aggressive than what we have in the winter, and that's not why you're second. And at times you have to be. They're bigger, they're heavier weight pigs. You got to be a little bit sharper with that whip so they can feel it and get the reaction that you want out of them things. I think maybe the young man was maybe even a little bit harder at times, and maybe earlier in the drive went aggressive enough that maybe gassed that gilt just a little bit more as we got here toward the end. But at the same time, I read that the young man, even though he is more aggressive, he got that gilt to respond. When it was time to make her turn, she turned. When he got caught in a group and had to cut out, he did so, and that's why he's going to be second today. Young man did an awfully good job. The young lady in 3 got blessed with an awesome teammate. There's no doubt about that. That gilt's natural head carriage or natural speed is awfully good. That right there and that little moment that we just had is why for me you're going to end up in third. It's almost like the gilt doesn't understand the difference in pressure and location of your whip on when you wanted to keep her head up and when you wanted to turn. There's a couple times you try to get that gilt into a turn and she would just get her head up higher and wouldn't go the direction you necessarily wanted her to. And so I would advise you, if I were giving the advice, just make sure you got different pressure points on her head and not just a difference in pressure in terms of firmness. You know, don't hit her in the same place where you're trying to keep her head up. Don't hit her in the same place just harder to make her turn. Pull that whip up and back and get more across her eye, right under her ear, and teach that gilt just different pressure points. But man, you got blessed with an awesome teammate. That gilt's natural speed, her natural head carriage is just so awfully good. Young lady did an awesome job as well. And then again, once we get on down the line, there's one down there that maybe just quit on us a little bit, wanted to give up. Guys did an awesome job. Again, it's more about when we get to them passes, go ahead and make them long curves and keep them things at a natural gait. Don't get too far up on their shoulder, little minute deals, but that's an awesome drive. Congrats to those exhibitors.
Okay, results of 4-H Senior Swine Showmanship. 6th place, Sienna Gallegos. 5th place, Taya Gallegos. 4th place, Hayden Hubbard. 3rd place, Peyton Ramza. Reserve champion, Colby Avery. Your champion was exhibited by Catherine Olson. To the holding pens, Heat 2, Junior Swine Showmanship. Grayson Hesser, Slate Hunter, Harper Jeffrey, Audrey Looning, Olivia Love, Kinsey Lloyd, Peyton Lynch. Again, Heat 2, Grayson Hesser, Slate Hunter, Harper Jeffrey, Audrey Looning, Olivia Love, Kinsey Lloyd, Peyton Lynch. Results of your intermediate swine showmanship. 6th place, Sarah Northington. 5th place, Reese West. 4th place, Brinley Lloyd. 3rd place, Michaela Curlis. 2nd and reserve champion, Riley West. 1st place and champion, Taya Thompson.
Starting into some younger kids here that, you know, again, for those of you that are going to get excused, you know, again, it's just my preference. There's probably been a couple of you win showmanship from time to time, and that's okay. The sun's going to come up tomorrow and the world goes on. If, you know, all it boils down to is, you know, the more you drive, the more you're going to get comfortable with it. So stay behind the wheel, keep punching pavement, and keep working at it. Y'all done an awesome job. Put your hands together for these exhibitors as we excuse them.
Okay, Alice Martinez to the holding pens. So in Heat 2, I should have Grayson Hesser, Slate Hunter, Harper Jeffrey, Audrey Looning, Olivia Love, Kinsey Lloyd, Peyton Lynch, Alice Martinez. Heat 3 to the holding pens. Brady McKinney, Parker McKinney, Cody Joe Miller, Adam Polma, Kennedy Snell. Again to the holding pens, Heat 3, Brady McKinney, Parker McKinney, Cody Joe Miller, Adam Palma, Kennedy Snell.
We're just going to end up keeping a couple out of this group, and I know these kids are younger, and it's going to take time for them to, again, develop the touch and know what kind of pressure, what's too much, what's not enough, and make sure it's always in the right place. I think two of them did that and utilized the center of the ring and out in the ring maybe just a tick better. Put your hands together for these exhibitors as we excuse them.
Cody Joe Miller to the holding pens. To the holding pen, Heat 4, Tatum Thompson, Braden Vetter, Riley Vetter, Bamley Watkins, Livia Wright. Again to the holding pens, Heat 4, Tatum Thompson, Braden Vetter, Riley Vetter, Bamley Watkins, Livia Wright. Remember that you have to have a picture taken of your swine for the livestock sale. Make sure that consignment card is completely filled out before you go over there and take pictures. Remember, those need to be turned in Thursday before 5. So make sure you get your picture taken and the card is completely filled out before you go over there?
A little bit of a smaller heat here, and yet still found a pair of them kids that I'm still pretty pumped about and getting ready to see them come back out. They might have done just a little bit better job as far as consistency of speed and kept giving me these good looks. There's 3 of them out there, though, that as they keep working, they're just going to get better and better. Please put your hands together for these 3 as we excuse them.
Family Watkins to the holding pen.
Another smaller heat that I think that the couple that we're going to pin back are maybe just a little bit more poised and a little bit more deliberate in what they're trying to do, but the others that we're going to excuse back to the barn awfully have a bright future ahead of them. So please put your hands together for them as we excuse them.
Okay, next we have our Pee Wee swine showmanship. The people that I have on the list are Micaiah Wright, Hannah Defoe, Lila Conklin, Riker Still, R.J. Still, Mac Luna, McKinley Figler, Dawson Sedman, Paisley Osterman. Please be bringing those to the holding pens.
I don't know who put it on there, but okay. Well, somebody did. Well, thank you.
Try one of your FFA. Sure.
Hensley Curtis, Curtis,
What?
Hensley Curtis, Curtis.
Kinsley Curlis.
Yes.
Okay. Yep, that's the
I'm lost.
Remington somebody. Anderson. Or one of the Palmas. Watch you guys grow up. Time to retire.
A cute little gap there between when you show and you have your own kids. Come back and it's the same people.
I've been a leader for 37 years. I watched you all grow up.
I know it. Evan Snyder.
I'm totally lost on this.
Evan.
Evan. Hopefully you guys have books for all of these.
Yeah, they're supposed to. And McKenna Snyder. That's all I got.
Okay.
Yeah.
See you later.
Thanks,
Max. Oh, it's you. Cannon. Yeah. Martin? Anybody else? I went from 8 to 30.
We get down here in this age group and land on a couple of them up here at the top that are very, very talented with a whip. Very, very pointed and very deliberate in what they're trying to do. The style that they have is very similar. They're both terrifyingly intense, but still relaxed enough to get the job done. I guess what's ultimately going to sort it to me is I feel like one of them's maybe had a little bit more spatial awareness, had a little bit more awareness about what gear they were in. And for me and the gear I think that them pigs need to be in, I thought one of them did a little bit better job finding that speed and maintaining it the whole way, but not any faster and risk the chances of wearing the pig out to get as much gas out of the tank as we possibly can. This young lady right here did an incredible job. Congratulations.
Next coming in, we have our Pee-wee swine showmanship. We have Micaiah Wright. And just bring them in once this one's out of the ring. So Micaiah Wright, Hannah Defoe, Lila Conklin, Riker Still, RJ Still, Mac Luna, McKinley Figler, Dawson Sedman, Paisley Osterman, McKenna Hesser, Zane Edling, Hannah Heinert, Alexander Mason, Kinsley Curlis, Remington Anderson, Ezra Martinez, Jacob Polma, Clara Polma, Evan Snyder, McKenna Snyder, Waylon Faree, Cannon Faree, Densley Barton. So, Kayla, you want to tell the ambassadors and they added one more.
So for the sake of everybody's safety, I was told that there's actually 25 little kids that's going to come out here, and I thought if we got that many out here, we're going to have a pig fight and be struggling to break them up, and then somebody's going to get hurt. So just for everyone's safety, I cut them off and let half of them, get out here and get some time with some space and be able to enjoy it. But I would say that the future and of y'all's fair in terms of numbers is healthy and going to be safe. It's going to be here at least for a little while. Congratulations to these guys and you parents for keeping them involved. We'll let them play around a little bit, and then we'll let them out and let the other half in and experience the same.
Caleb, let them out. Okay, results of your junior swine showmanship. 6th place, Cody Joe Miller. 5th place, Parker McKinney. 4th place, Riley Edling. 3rd place, Alexandra Krogan. 2nd place and reserve champion is Tatum Thompson, and 1st place and champion is Riley Vetter. Remember to get your pictures taken with your pigs and have that consignment card completely filled out. They're due by 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon to the 4-H office.
Another big round of applause for this last group of little people. We're going to get on with the show.
Okay, we're now ready to start with the AOB Class 1. Any other breed, Class 1. Juliana Marino, Zane Johnson, Paige Matthews, Lily Hayes, Marcy Lee Master, Nevaeh Sloan, Lillian Lewis. Again, to the holding pens. Class 1, any other breed. Juliana Marino, Zane Johnson, Paige Matthews, Lily Hayes, Marcy Lee Master, Nevaeh Sloan, Lillian Lewis. Okay, show order. Any other breed is first. Berkshires. Yorkshire. Duroc, Hampshire, Spot. Hang on, I'm announcing the order. Crossbred. And then it's our underweight. Zane Johnson to the holding pens.
nice class of AOBs here to sort through, and the one that we're going to land on, for me, is the one that's got a combination of some looseness of skeleton, some boldness to its body, and some spread of muscle, and does so with a little bit just of a fresher look. I like the shape of that one's shoulder and spread up high, foreribs very good. I'd like to loosen him out of his rear too, maybe just a bit, but I still call that one an improvement probably versus the one we have in second. That down-eared one's, that's the creased up one of the class in terms of shape to its loin edge. That's the most muscular pig here at the upper end of the class, and there's no doubt I like that one's skull, the stoutness to her forearm and rear bone. That pig for me not only needs a balance a bit better, one that's a little bit bigger necked, one that doesn't tie in as well there in her ham-loin junction. I needed to alter that one off both ends of its skeleton as well, and maybe make that one just a tick fresher. The one coming out in 3 is one that of the upper end of the class is no doubt the loosest constructed. The flexibility of that one's joints is the best, but for me versus the top 3, that's the one that's the least descript in terms of its muscle. That one's the highest in its chine. Another one that maybe wants to run downhill just a bit. If we could tweak those minor things about that one, we could go ahead and slide it up. The one that comes out next is kind of an elevated, longer bodied one that just needs to be opened up in terms of rib and muscle for me to move higher in this class. But similar situation with the next Hereford coming out, one that not only needs to be opened up, but also one that's not quite as high a cutability as what we have in the one right ahead of it, not quite as attractive through its front end. Little Burke hog that rounds out the class. For me, it's just a maturity pattern deal. I need to make that one longer cannon and look like that one can just get out and grow in relation to what else we have out here. Good class. Congrats to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1, any other breed. 6th place, Juliana Marino. 5th place, Nevaeh Sloan. 4th place, Lillian Lewis. 3rd place, Paige Matthews. 2nd place, Marcy Lee Master. 1st place, Lily Hayes. Have the 1st and 2nd place back in the holding pen. Again, as announced earlier, underweight will be the last part of the market show. So if you've got underweight pigs, that'll be the last thing that we will judge before we pick our overall 4-H market swine.
We just got 3 of them out here, and we'll leave them out here and talk about them. You know, Chesters are going to be Chesters. I can tell you that from experience. Family's been dabbling in them things since the 1960s, and they ain't got no smarter in over half a century. But the Chester's still the one that I prefer in this particular lineup. Not only is that one stout constructed and broad, one that's still square in terms of its joints down low, coming and going. I like that thing's rib cage, shoulder, mass, and certainly a very powerful pig going away. You know, we might be able to clean that one's front end up just a tick. We can talk about its handling, junction, and hip, but I'm not going to miss the forest for the trees. That's the power hog of the drive. The young man that's got this Hereford gilt over here is going to be number 2 for me. The differences I see between them two is that one's a little bit cleaner and rawer from her blade forward. And as I step in right on top of them, I read that one more genuine in terms of the curve to its forerib, and then the spread and shape and expression of muscle that one's got right down her top and from behind. I find a bit more favor in. I'd maybe like to level her out of her hip just a bit and loosen her up there as well, but that's an awfully good one to be there in second. The loosest build, maybe longest hipped one's here in 3, and one that's still got some spread in terms of its general build going away, one that's still got some hip dimension, one that still tracks wide and true going away as well. For me, that one's just the most generic in its profile from a show pig standpoint, one that's a little bit deeper throated, one that wants to get a bit rounder at the top of his blade, and as a result wants to be a little bit higher in his chine and not quite as fresh in terms of muscle shape as what we have in the other two, but that's an awfully bold, loose built one to be third. Congratulations to those exhibitors. We get out here for Champion AOB, and there's obvious differences between them. You know, I wish maybe the Chubb had the set to the shoulder and the neck shape in the front end of what we have in our lightweight class winner. I wish the lightweight had the set to their rear leg that maybe the Chubb has. And then you get into differences in terms of their view coming and going and the total dimension and raw power that one of them has. You know, I'm going to stick to my guns. I like the heavyweight to be champion. Congratulations. We get out here for reserve, and honestly, I feel like you know both of them things can be reconstructed in the way their rear leg is utilized, and I think for maybe different reasons. You know, the second place pig comes in is a little bit maybe shorter and rounder out of her hip and wants to keep him up underneath her maybe a bit more, but I also see more set to her hock and looseness to her hip joint than maybe what we have in the lightweight. And again, in terms of just overall power and just crispness of edge and the way their chine lays in them and their shape up high, I like that second place for reserve. Congratulations.
Trayton Bruce to the holding pens. Trayton Bruce to the holding pen. Peyton Ramza to the holding pens. see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Everywhere. Johansson's had a litter of 7 or 8, and they all sold here. So that's a lot of them.
Trayton Bruce to the holding pens. Trayton Bruce. To the holding pens, Berkshire Class 2, Orion Moody, Brady McKinney, Brindley Farthing, Candy Miller, Mackenzie Wilson, Lisa Wright, Taya Gallegos, Samara Wilson. Sage Wells. Again, Class 2, Berkshire, Orion Moody, Brady McKinney, Brindley Farthing, Candy Miller, Mackenzie Wilson, Livia Wright, Taya Gallegos, Samara Wilson, Sage Wells.
interesting class to sort through. And again, maybe there's just individual pieces and parts about each one of them a guy can buy into. And maybe not just that one that brings everything together. However, this young man right here is going to win the class. That's the one for me I just flat out have to make the least excuses for. If I could change that one ahead of his blades and clean him up and maybe change the way his shoulder sets in him just a bit, I think it'd be pretty visible, because that one's still genuinely wide and square down low. Body shape's good, very square out of his upper hip. One that's still tall enough fronted and level down his top line. His hip's good. One that just kind of checks a lot of boxes for me. The young lady's bear that's going to be here in 2 is fresher in terms of the shape right in the middle part of his back. But from a balance standpoint, not only is that one lower fronted and rounder out of his hip, but I don't see that one being good enough better than our class winner ahead of his blades to call that one much, much better balance. And I'd like to make that one maybe just a tick bigger ankled and looser off his rear too. We get down to the one in third, and of the top 3, that one's probably the first one that comes out that from blades forward has some length and some trimness about its neck. One that in terms of shape is very shapely, right there in the middle part of his back, part of her back, and really right there on the top side of her shoulder as well. I guess for me is when I get around behind that one versus the top 2, that's the one that wants to close up to the base of her rib maybe the most. And one that I just need to offer more spread, not only through her forerib, but through her blade and chest floor as well. And then once we get off to the side, I'd like for her neck attachment just to be higher on her shoulder and blend into the top side of her blade just a bit smoother. The one that comes out next is another attractive one that's got a neat noggin on her, one that's still got some width of chest, one that's shapely up high, youthful and fresh. I just have to change that one in terms of her center body. That one's got to be opened up and have more depth of heart and depth of center rib and flank going right away. That one's a little outside the realm of what I would deem acceptable in terms of width of stifle. The next couple that round out, this one here is really loose structured, one that's still really stout. When I get right around behind that one, though, I start wondering, does that one just have just enough genuine width and power down low? Is that one creased up just enough on the top side? Similar situation coming out next. One that's really long ahead of her shoulder, one that's really attractive, length of hips good. That one's skeleton is near flawless. I love the way that one gets out and moves. It might be a different story for judging them as gilts, but as market hogs, I just have to have more power in that one. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Before you bring your Yorkshires to the holding pen, give us about 5 minutes to add some wood shavings to the pen, so then we can have a good show. So give us about 5 minutes before you bring your Yorkshires. Also, make sure you get over there and get your picture taken and get your consignment card signed off on. Make sure those cards are completely filled out before you get there.
Really good class here, and ultimately the close decision for me is between 2 and 3. I think the young lady brought him a newsie to a knife fight. You know, I'm not going to be the breed character police out here. We've got lots of them dead gum Burks, and some of them gosh dang stuff back there in their pedigree shows up from time to time. I wish I could change their color just a bit. Color removed, I'm very, very pumped on that one. That one, skeleton, boldness, freshness, all the things, check them. That one wins. We get down between 2 and 3, and the decision becomes, is do I use the one that matches up with my class winner in terms of power, in terms of width and stoutness and shape up high, or the one that matches my class winner in terms of one that has a little extra look and a little extra flexibility from the side. I opted to call the one in second sound enough and tied into her power view going away, the shape she's got at the top side of her back, right there in the middle part of her loin, one that's still good skull. The shape of her front leg's appropriate. I wish she had had more flexibility and give and go off them rear two, and I think it becomes a much easier decision. The reason it's close is this one here just gets out and just glides from the side. One that's uber attractive from her blade forward, the set to her blade and the shape to her front leg is very appropriate. One that's very long hip. But even though she's very flexible, as I get around behind her, she's not as secure as I'd like her to be. I wish I could square up on her rear foot and hock. And then when I get right on top of her, of the top three, that's the one that wants to get a little higher in her chine, a little dry in her shape, right, not only in the middle part of her back, but especially there in her ham-loin junction. Huh? Young lady that comes out in 4 has got a little speed demon here, but still one that I think just keeps working herself up because, I don't call pigs sound just because they run. I've seen feral hogs in Texas run for miles that I still wouldn't call sound. That one's just sound. That one's looseness of rear leg skeleton. Her range of motion on both ends is very good. And when I see that gilt coming and going, there's still some broadness to her lower skeleton, some boldness to her muscularity. But of the upper end of the class, that's the one that just gets the most generic about her look up front. I'd like to just sharpen that one, make her a bit fresher at the top of her shoulder, and just give her a little bit more of a show pig presence up front. As we start working on down the line, it was a very deep class with lots of good all the way down. Another thick noggin one comes out next, one that's still got some boldness and muscularity, and that's what sorts him up. But another one that wants to maybe get a little bit in at his knee, and from a balance standpoint, little plane up front, I'd like to level up that one's top line to move higher as well. The one that comes out next is another kind of big stature type of hog that still got some skeleton underneath him. But as we start this gilt rather, but as we see that gilt come and go, that's one that of the upper end of the class, this is where we start maybe just running out of just genuine power in their stifle. Ones that just get a little bit plainer at the top side of her body. I need to crack that one open in her chest and knee. Another bold stout one that comes out here, one that's really big noggined, one that has a good shape to its center part of its body. I like that one spread up high and stoutness of bone. That one's just got to be fresher for me. That one's got to be more attractive ahead of his blade. And then as we get on down the line, there's just some odds and ends and things that maybe need more power, ones that maybe need to balance better, but a good deep class. Congrats to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1, Berkshire. 6th place, Peyton Ramza. 5th place, Reagan Allen. 4th place, Michaela Hall. 3rd place, Luke Fiegler. 2nd place, Peyton Hall. And 1st place, Trayton Bruce. Results of Class 2. 9th, Livia Wright. 8, Samara Wilson. 7, Kennedy Miller. 6, Sage Wells. 5th, Orion Moody. 4th, Mackenzie Wilson. 3, Brindley Farthing. 2, Bailey McKinley. 1, Taya Gallegos. Please bring to the holding pens Yorkshire Class 1.
We get out here in our breed champion drive here for the Berks, and there's some differences between them, but I think there's a logical place to start, and then maybe we can have a discussion for a second. But there's a pair of them that I think match up well from a muscularity, power standpoint. The shapes of the front legs are appropriate. We can make some discussions about reserve in terms of rear leg set and those types of things. But the two that match up to me the best will be the two heavies. 1st and 2nd will be champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Yorkshire Class 1 to the holding pens. Audrey Teasley, Braden Vetter, Brindley Farthing, Brindley Lloyd, Sienna Gallegos, Peyton Ramza. Results of the championship drive for Berkshire. Champion exhibited by Taya Gallegos. Reserve champion by Brady McKinley. Durock to Class 1 to the holding pen. Durock, Class 1. Wyatt Cretchen, Trayton Bruce, Thomas Rigby.
Nice class here. The young lady that's got the bear that's going to win our class brings one to us. It just from a look and balance standpoint, I think separates himself pretty easily. And then you get in on top of that one. That one's very square coming and going, one that's very, very fresh up high as well. In an ideal world, I wish that one would just track out, maybe carry his head a little bit more natural level and just get a longer range of motion down low. I wish that one would just get out and plant and drive maybe just a tick more comfortably. But with that said, I couldn't find enough of an improvement that was as good as him from a profile and freshness standpoint to go ahead and put him anywhere but first. That's an awfully nice one from the side to go ahead and win. Another power hog comes here in 2. Chest, blade, rib, muscle, all those things are there. One that's still pretty fresh right there in terms of his shape, right in the center part of his back. One that, again, although there's moments where he gets out and goes maybe just a tick better at times than what our class winner does, when I get around behind him, he's not secure enough in his stifle and hawk placement. And when we get off to the side, that one's not as attractive through his front end as what we have in our class winner. The one coming out in 3 is another bold, muscular pig. You know, there was muscle to burn certainly in the top 3 or 4 in this particular class. I still like that one's noggin. One that's still got a big enough arm and toe spread down low is good enough. Of the upper end of the class, though, this is the one that as it wore on, one that want to get a little tight on us, one that gets a little bit rounder out of his hip. That's the pig that I read of the top end of the class. Just gets rounder in his general build, rounder about his shoulder, a little rounder out of his hip, but another good, square built one going away that certainly has a lot of good to offer. The gilt coming out next is probably the best in terms of just genuine depth of loin edge and shape right in the middle part of her back. I like that one's noggin good. I wish the shape of the back of her neck was a bit different. I wish that one's view going away was a bit different. And again, of the top 4, that one wanted to get a little bit tight on us. The next couple that come out, they just need to be opened up. I like this one's loose enough skeleton, but with this much power in this class, I need that one to be rounder in its body. I need that one to be crisper at the heel of its loin. The one that's going to round out the class is one that is more shapely right in the middle part of its back, but again, just too hard through its center body. Another good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of your Yorkshire class. 6th place, Brindley Farthing. 5th place, Peyton Ramza. 4th place, Audrey Teasley. 3rd place, Brindley Lloyd. 2nd place and reserve champion, Braden Vetter. 1st place and champion, Sienna Gallegos. Now in the ring is Class 1 Duroc, Wyatt Crutchen, Tayton Bruce, Thomas Rigby. Holding pens, I need Duroc Class 2, Gage Anderson, Colby Avery, Ashton Rigby, Stacy Hayes, Sierra Klon.
Just got 3 in this lightweight class of reds, and they've got some differences between them. Again, some different types and kinds out here that are presented. The young man on the far side in the blue shirt is going to win the class, though, and I think one that fundamentally checks the most boxes and the one I have to make the fewest excuses for. That's an attractive one up front, one that balances well, one that proportions well, still has a big stout rear leg. That one checks boxes fundamentally from a width and boldness and muscularity standpoint, and has an incredibly flexible rear leg to boot. I think between 2 and 3 it becomes a little bit closer. I'm going to use this young man's bear over here to go ahead and be in second. I wish that one's rear leg was constructed a little bit differently, but I'd like to alter both of their rear leg construction maybe just a bit. The difference is for me is the young man's bear that's going to be in second. I see more boldness and just more of a productive look about that one's blade and body shape. I see more depth of flank and heart and more spread up high as a result. The young man that's going to come here in 3 has a really, really attractive hog up front, one that's very shapely out of his upper hip. I have to open that one up at the base of his rib and square him up in his hock just a bit. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Sierra Klon to the holding pens. Sierra Klon.
We have a different order of names. That's
Results of Duroc Class 1. Third place, Thomas Rigby. Second, Wyatt Crutchen. Third, first, Trayton Bruce. To the holding pens. There she is right there. To the holding pen, Class 1, Hampshire. Kimber Allen, Jordan Lewis, Christian Pexton, Aspen Pexton, Sienna Gallegos, Riley West, Amy Anderson, Avery Anderson. Again, Hampshire Class 1, Kimber Allen, Jordan Lewis, Christian Pexton, Aspen Pexton, Sienna Gallegos, Riley West, Avery Anderson.
Ended up landing on a very nice pair here at the upper end of the class, and yet I still think our class winner separates with ease. That's a rugged built one that still balances, an attractive one that's flexible and square, bold and muscular, shapely and fresh, all the things. You can maybe clean her up on the back of her neck, maybe just a tick, but I don't know. I still like that one quite a bit, and I think she wins easy. The young man in second, that one's still a very, very nice pig. She's just not that one, and I apologize. That one's very attractive up front, yet balances, square, flexible, one that's still got some shape there in the middle part of her back. Well, I like a lot of things about that one. It fundamentally checks all the right boxes. There's just not as many far-reaching pieces in terms of rear leg flexibility and stoutness of ankle as what we have in our class winner. The one that's coming out in third's another one that from a balance standpoint I find a lot of favor in. One that's very extended from his blade forward. One that's length of hip is still very, very good as well. I'd like to maybe just loosen that one up in the way he uses his hind leg and his hock specifically. But of the top three, that's the one that wants to get just a bit higher in his chine, a little bit drier there in the shape of the middle part of his body, and not quite as crisp and shapely as what we have in the top three. The young lady that went out in 4 had a shapely, deep-pottered, moderate, chunky one that just was a little bit raw in terms of its center body, not quite as fresh up high. The one that's going to round out 5th is more extended, but again, one that's a little bit shallower and tighter in her heart. One that I just need more center body and freshness of center rib in that one to move higher. Good class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 2 Duroc. 5th place, Stacy Hayes. 4th place, Sierra Klon. 3rd place, Ashton Rigby. 2, Gage Anderson. 1, Colby Avery.
We get out here for Champion Red, and we look, the lightweight comes out, and I talked about that one briefly. One that's very, very stout skeleton. I think for her size, as big of a rear leg and as just ruggedly built and loose skeleton as anything we have out here. Once you start comparing her to the big ones, you got to make that call. Does she just have just enough freshness right there at the top of her blade? Is her chine laid in her properly? Is there just enough just show pig raw type shape right down the middle of that one's back? And I think that one's, for her size and weight, I think on the borderline of certainly acceptable, certainly good enough to win that class. But as we get out here for Champion, I start wondering, is she far enough across that line to be comfortable with? I like that pig a lot, but I still think the two that pair up the best for me are going to be our 1st and 2nd place heavies. They'll be Champion in reserve. Congratulations.
Results of the championship drive for Duroc. Champion exhibited by Colby Avery. Reserve champion exhibited by Gage Anderson. Okay, Class 2, Hamps to the holding pen. Adam Palma. Riley Edling. Peyton Ramza. Michaela Curlis. Security Burkett. Sarandi Burkett. Avery Moore. Walter Martinez. Logan Figler. Wyatt Crutchen. Macy Leemaster.
It's an interesting class to sort through, and depending on what your priorities are, you can do some different things and tie into some different attributes. It comes down to, there's so many far-reaching pieces here, and yet each one of them come with their problems and their flaws. You just got to figure out what you can tolerate and stomach, I guess. But the one that's going to win the class is the Burley one. If we took all the showmen out of the ring and let them two get together and let them two pigs fight, that one looks like a bear, and I like them type to win. In an ideal world, going right around behind her, she needs to be more appropriate in the width of her stifle. It's just square enough, but it's outside maybe a bit more than what I prefer. But I mean, that thing's chest and arm, bone, density, shape up high, and center body dimensions, very, very good. The one that's going to come here in two, if I could cut her off at her elbow of her front leg and down, I think we can use that one to win. That one's view going away is more appropriate. I still like that one's noggin and look up front, one that's still very shapely and fresh, right in the center part of her back. They both need to blend better from the top of their blade into their top line, but for completely different reasons, so I called that a wash. I wish this one was just better on her front feet. She's getting a little squishy, a little ouchy up there. It caused her to run downhill just a bit. If I could pick her up on her front feet, she could go ahead and win the class, but she's not, so she doesn't. I like that one as a very, very good two. The one that comes out here in three is one of those that just kind of checks boxes for me. One that's got enough width, one that's better on his front feet than the pigs on either side of him. One that's depth of heart and center body's good. He surprises you a bit when you get around behind him. There's actually more shape down that one's top when you get on top of him than what I thought there would be from the side and from a distance. I guess the difference for me is of the top three, that one does get a little bit more generic in his look in terms of the shape of the top of his blade, his look from there forward. I wish he was just a little crisper in the shape out of his upper hip. The young man's gilt that comes out in four is another one a lot like the gilt in second. If I could pick her up on her front feet, we could maybe make a move with that one, one that's just way too ouchy up front. And then beyond that, the reason that one's down here is when I get around behind that one, that's the one of the top four that wants to cave too much to the base of her rib and gets too tight there in her heart. And as we can see, one that's just certainly not comfortable enough as she gets out and goes. And then as we get on down the line, we've got a couple that just, whether it's a cutability standpoint or just an overall muscularity, ones that are a little bit more generic in their look, generic in their shape. So ones that still have some good about them. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1, Hampshire. 6th place, Avery Anderson. 5th place, Kimber Allen. 4th place, Christian Pexton. 3rd place, Jordan Lewis. 2nd place, Aspen Pexton. 1st place, Riley West. To the holding pen spot, Class 1, Jack Anderson, Michaela Hall, Alexandra Krogan, Kinsley Nussbaum, Sage Wells.
good class that I think has some give and take here at the top, and there's some differences and positives that each one of them bring. The young lady's gilt here in front of me that's going to win, though, I think does so just from a balance standpoint. Neck attachment, head carriage is very good. One that's still very stout and dead level down her top line and out of her hip. One that's very square right in the center part of her back. The reason it becomes close for me is coming right at me, that one's maybe not as impressive down through the floor of her chest as what a couple others are. I'd like to see that one to be just a bit rounder in terms of the shape of the forward part of her body. And going right away, there's enough dimension there. I do wish that the shape and tone of her muscle going right away was maybe a tick firmer, but that's getting awfully critical on a dang neat one to go ahead and win the class. Young man's gilt that was second. Yeah, young lady, excuse me. That's why I wear a cap. I can't see nothing. The one that comes out in second, I do think has some positives about her. One that, in terms of the shape of her body, I find favor there versus our class winner. That one is broader and crisper in terms of the shape, right in the middle part of her back and definitely down through her stifle as well. One that is maybe just a bit rounder out of her hip in relation to our class winner. I don't think that inhibits her rear leg travel too terrible much because her length of hip is still proper. You know, everything proportions, and I still think that's one that balances from a proportion standpoint, but where she ends up second is from an attractiveness standpoint. One that's just not as youthful and neat up about her head and neck, one that is just a little bit rounder out of her hip.
Results of Hamp Class 2. 10th place, Macy Lee Master. 9, Avery Moore.
The one that comes out in 3 here is another one that's still very stout and broad. One that I like, the boldness of shoulder, the shape of her body, the shape of her muscle right in the middle part of her back is very broad and very fresh. In relation to the top 3, though, this one is a little bit rounder there to the top of her shoulder. Isn't quite as crisp and youthful right there in the way her chine lays in. One that's a little bit deeper neck. And again, one that although it doesn't inhibit her rear leg travel too terribly much, I need to change the way she hooks up in her ham-loin junction and the way her tail root is a little bit lower down. I'd like to level it up her hip maybe just a bit. The young man's bear that comes out next is one that fundamentally moves himself up just because that's a flexible, muscular pig. I wish he was fresher. I wish his shape was maybe a bit better and his chine laid in a bit better, but that's a stout, flexible one that still has plenty of muscle, and that's how he's able to move up toward the upper end of the class. The one that comes out next is more of a pig that comes with some really good parts and pieces. Unfortunately, that's just what they are. Not a pig that just blends together the skeleton I'm looking for to go along with it. But that's a big chest floor and blade. That's a huge rib, a huge back with a lot of width and spread. I need to make that one more youthful about his front end and square in the way that he travels directly away. The one that comes out next is more shapely and more attractive and more elevated than what we have in the one right ahead of her. That one's got to lay her blade and arm back in her body a bit better. That one's got to be more flexible off both ends of her skeleton for me to go ahead and get that one higher. Just too forward and straight up front. And as we get on down the line, again, there's pigs that have quality, that have some good about them. Another big muscular pig that comes out here after a little bit of rest and moves okay. We had to pin that one up. He was locking down on us and had to get him out of there. This one here that comes out, need to pick that one up on her front feet, give her more center body dimension, but another stout noggin one that's good in terms of her shape and muscularity. Good class all the way down. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 2 Hampshire, 10th place, Macy Lee Master. 9, Avery Moore. 8, Wyatt Crutchen. 7, Serenity Burkett. 6, Adam Palma. 5, Logan Figler. 4, Walter Martinez. 3, Riley Edling. 2, Peyton Ramza. 1, Michaela Curlis.
we get out here for Champion Hampshire, and between the two class winners, I think there's some give and take, and again, in terms of what you can tolerate, because, you know, they're both not quite perfect coming at me, but in relation to their size, I see a little bit more broadness of body and overall skeleton and muscularity in the lightweight, but then I guess I'd have to call the heavyweight a light muscle one, and I'm not quite ready to go there. I wish that view was maybe a tick better, but that one's certainly not a narrow one by any stretch. And then at the same time, you know, we talked about body shape and then, you know, as good balance as I think and balance attributes that the lightweight, you know, brings to us from a stoutness of noggin standpoint, an overall skeleton standpoint. We could relax her in her spine. You know, we could do some things there. You know, there's give and take between them, and then we can talk about the seconds. But I think there's a pair of them that come together that are more you know, more nearly ideal for me and closer to what we need to be in terms of not just having skeleton and having balance and having muscle and tying the most positives we possibly can together. I like first and second place out of the heavyweight class to be champion in reserve. Congratulations, those two young ladies.
Result of championship drive for Hampshire. Champion exhibited by Michaela Curlis. Reserve champion exhibited by Peyton Ramza. To the holding pens, crossbred, super lightweight class 1. Kinsey Lloyd, Parker McKinney, Jackson Ketchum, Tyler Bartow, Bradley McCurdy, Abigail Allen, Gage Anderson, Violet Conklin, Slate Hunter. Again, Class 1 Super Lightweight Crossbred, Kinsey Lloyd, Parker McKinney, Jackson Ketchum, Tyler Bartow, Bradley McCurdy, Abigail Allen, Gage Anderson, Violet Conklin, Slate Hunter. Tyler Bartow to the holding pen with Class 1 super lightweight.
I think a challenging deal to get through here, and there's probably not that one that just ties together, you know, enough of them traits I'm looking for to separate and be awfully easy to go with, because I think there's give and take between the top three, and I think there's some challenge there. And again, you just got to decide what a guy can tolerate. I'm going to opt for the young lady's guilt here. You know, I wish that one was maybe a little bit more comfortable as she went out and goes, but I could find ways to change either of them in second or third, you know, as well. So, you know, but for me, just from a stout look up front, yet attractiveness, one that's youthful and fresh, I read that one as just being the most genuine. You know, I can look at that one and say that one's body shape is still good, and I know how much muscle that one has, and I think there's value in that. One that's still square down low, I wish she was a hair more comfortable and looser out of her shoulder and hip, but we're still going to have to use that one to win this class. The one that's in second of the top three, that is the most comfortable one. That one's length of stride is better. There's no doubt than the one that wins the class. And I don't know what the weight difference is there, but I'm sure it's substantial. I like that one's depth of heart and center body. My problem with that one is I get right around behind him. I don't get enough of just a true, genuine muscle look for me. One that's carrying a little bit more grease than what I personally prefer. And then that's a Barra that from his hip down to his stifle, one that wants to taper just a bit, and one that I just start reading maybe just as a tick counterfeit. But for all that mass, if we're really going to call that one balanced, his feet and ankles need to be a bit bigger to match how much center rib and overall mass that he's got, because for me, of the top three, I would probably deem that one to be the smallest footed and ankled in relation to his mass. The one that comes out in three, that's the big boned one. Another one that's big skulled, one that's still got blade and body and all those types of things. For me, that one's just a little bit too plain. That one's probably the least fresh of what we have in the top three. That one's just a little staler than what I prefer. Chine needs to be better, shape up high, and that view going away just has to be fresher as well. As we get on down the line, there's a couple of them that just need to be opened up some, and just, again, offer more lower body shape, and then get out and go just a tick better. Good class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of Class 1 spot. 5th place, Jack Anderson. 4th place, Sage Wells. 3rd, Michaela Hall. 2nd, reserve champion, Kinsey Nussbaum. 1st and champion exhibited by Alexandra Krogan. To the holding pens, Class 2, super lightweight, Logan Stockton, Kelby Walls, Fletcher Hansen, Macy Lee Master, Grayson Hesser, Tatum Thompson. Again, Class 2, super lightweight, Logan Stockton, Kelby Walls, Fletcher Hansen, Macy Lee Master, Grayson Hesser, Tatum Thompson. If you belong to the following vehicle from Colorado, it's an white F-150, license plate 1JN560. Please move your vehicle. Gage Anderson to the holding pens with your super lightweight Class 2.
Another good class here, and the young man over here with this red and black ugly, yeah, you. Don't look behind you, you're going to win. I think has a really nice pick here to go ahead and do so. I mean, you want to talk about one that's elevated and fresh and youthful, I think that one's the answer. Tall at the point of his shoulder, very attractive up front. One that shape up high is good and still very square going away. Feet and legs are still very good in that one. I guess the one drawback is if you're going to switch that pair, it's going to be on nothing but stoutness for me. I wish he had this one's noggin and ankle size, but I still call that one stout enough. That one's put together awfully good to go ahead and win. A good stout, kind of more moderate package here in the one that's going to be in 2. One that's still sound enough, bold-ribbed and muscular. From a balance standpoint, though, he's not as elevated up front. He's not as fresh in terms of his shape up high, and I wish he tied in there at his ham-loin junction maybe a bit better as well. The young lady with the black gilt that's going to be there in 3 is one that of the upper end of the class has another one that's really, really stout, one that's as shapely and fresh and fresh shape up high as anything we've got. But as the drive wore on, that one just started getting a little gassed on us, wanted to tighten out of her shoulder and hip. If I could just loosen that one up and just give her just a hair more stamina, we could maybe keep going with that one toward the upper end and appreciate that one's stoutness, that one's shape, and that one's look up front. She just wanted to start getting a little too east and west on them rear two legs. The young man spotted up one that's going to be here in 4. Again, just from a pig that checks boxes, one that's wide enough and square, one that's level and flexible, one that's got good body shape and good muscle. I like all those things about it, and that's how he's able to sort toward the upper end of this class. But of the upper end, that's a little bit more fragile-headed one. That one's feet and ankles aren't quite as big and as rugged as what we have. I don't read that one just being quite as fresh right down the top side of his body as what we have in the others. The gilt that comes out next is elevated, well-balanced, long and level out of her hip. Coming and going, I've got to crack that one open and give that one more power down low. As we get on down the class, it's just a matter of, some of them just maybe need more body. Some of them got to be more flexible. Some of them need to be looser out of their hip or fresher. But a good class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Result of Class 1 Super Lightweight Crossbred. 9th place, Tyler Bartow. 8th place, Jackson Ketchum. 7, Abigail Allen. 6, Violet Conklin. 5th, Gage Anderson. 4, Brady McCurdy. 3rd, Kinsey Lloyd. 2nd, Parker McKinney. 1st, Slade Hunter.
challenging class to work through, and there's maybe not one that just jumped out that's necessarily my kind that ties everything together. So, we had to do a little bit more judging maybe with measuring tape here, and I couldn't find my kind that I was looking for that tied everything together. But that young man's, whatever color you call that, dapple colored thing that's going to win, I think does so again just from a fundamental standpoint, and one that checks boxes. That's one that's the range of motion is good, muscularity, boldness, and freshness is good. I wish her noggin was maybe a tick stouter. From a balance standpoint, I wish she was just taller for her length of body and the amount of mass she has, but that's a muscular, bold one that can get out and move and remain square. The one that comes second from a balance standpoint and elevation, I probably prefer more. That one's a bigger ankled, stouter footed one to boot, but I guess for me, that one's just too dry there in the center part of her body. When I get right around behind her, that one's got to be more secure in terms of her stifle and hock placement. The one that comes out in threes, another one that coming at me kind of gives me, a big shouldered, square chested look. I like that one's amount of dimension that it's got there in the center body. That's a big footed one that still has some muscularity about it. Again, another one that's just a little bit more generic, and not only in its overall look and balance, but its muscle shape as well. When I get right around behind that one, I need to alter the shape of his hock and the way he uses it in his rear leg to go ahead and move higher. The one that comes out next probably does give me a little bit of a better look going away than the one right ahead of him in terms of one that's square in his stifle and square down in his hock placement. I don't mind the way that one travels out off them rear two. Of the upper three, though, another one that does get a little bit lower in his neck attachment, a little higher in his chine, one that's not as attractive up front is what I prefer. And of the top four, that one's arguably the most fragile in his lower ankle and foot size. And then as we start getting on down the line, we've got some that's got some structure problems. Right here, this one's just hock's got to be shaped differently. The way that one travels off its front end, I wish was a little bit more comfortable. And then the last two, just need to be busted open a little bit more and have some more muscularity in this class. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Okay, results of Class 2 Super Lightweight Crossbred. 7th place, Kelby Walls. 6th, Grayson Hesser. 5th, Macy Lee Master. 4, Logan Stockton. 3, Gage Anderson. 2, Tatum Thompson. 1, Fletcher Hansen.
We get out here in this first division drive. We got 4 of them that, again, maybe don't tie everything together a guy's looking for, but each one of them certainly bring lots of good to the table and are good kind of hogs that maybe we could tweak in a place here or there. Ultimately, though, the 2 that fit me best, I think, that tie together and blend the most positives about them will be first and second out of the first class. They'll be your champion in reserve out of this division. Congratulations.
To the holding pens, lightweight Class 1 crossbred. Olivia Love, Sarah Northington, Jaden Riddle, Kinsey Lloyd, Adam Polma, Jack Anderson, Lincoln Martinez, Audrey Looning, Logan Figler, Skylar Badger.
Is this my file right here?
Olivia Love, Lincoln Martinez, and Kinsey Lloyd to the holding pens. Lincoln Martinez to the holding pen. Results of super lightweight class crossbred. Reserve champion exhibited by Parker McKinney. Champion exhibited by Slate Hunter. To the holding pens, I need Class 2 lightweight crossbred. Caitlin Snell. Brinley Lloyd, Alexandra Krogan, Hudson Wright, Leander Hansen, Keegan Moore.
Another nice class here, and the young man's belted gilt on the far side that's going to win the class, I think does so not only from just a sheer flexibility standpoint, but also from the aspect of just attractiveness and balance as well. Super long fronted, one that's very comfortable and appropriate about her front leg. Rear leg still big enough, one that's still shapely up high and has enough power. In an ideal world, she's maybe not as genuinely rugged about just the shape of her blade and the boldness in her forerib, but I'm going to call that good enough. That's a good built one to go ahead and win. The young lady's bloom that's going to be here in seconds, the type that can make a guy look dumb at a backdrop picture, because standing still, that thing is so elevated up front and level in his top line, one that's certainly bolder about his center body, and one that's certainly stouter than what we have even in our class winner in terms of just foot and bone. But that one's skull shape and neck is just a little more generic for me, one that's a little higher in his chine, one that's plainer about his muscle. And then when I see that one get out and go, that one is just straighter off both ends. One's a little tighter out of his hip and needs more set to his rear leg to go ahead and be more comfortable. The young man's pig that's going to be here in 3, if he'd go ahead and let that one out. Is another one that in relation to the one right ahead of him, that one is more attractive ahead of his blades, one that does offer just maybe a bit more shape of muscle throughout, but another one that wants to close up in his chest floor and his blade a little bit more, and as a result wants to get a little higher in his chine. And of the top 3, I read that one being the most fragile in his forearm and then down to his front foot. The one that comes out next is one that works his way up just from the aspect of, again, just checking boxes. That one's got some width, some blade, some boldness of body, and some overall muscularity. Another one that for me, just from a balance standpoint, just wants to get rounder in her overall build, one that's a little bit more generic in her shape and not quite as fresh as what we have in the top 3. The one that comes out next is another very muscular pig, one that's still very, very stout. As that one gets out and goes, those where I need to start altering the angles of that one's build. Blades too far forward, arms a little bit more over its front foot than what I prefer. If I could just loosen that one's overall skeleton up and let him travel, especially out of his front end better, I think we could move that one up. And then as we start getting on down the line, there's ones that need to be opened up in terms of their body, ones that need to be loosened up off their rear too. Good class, congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of lightweight class 1, 10th place, Lincoln Martinez, 9, Audrey Lening, 8, Olivia Love, 7, Jaden Riddle, 6, Kinsey Lloyd, 5, Adam Polma, 4, Jack Anderson, 3, Skylar Badger, 2, Sarah Northington, 1, Logan Figler.
We get into this class here, and the young lady with the belted gilt's going to go ahead and win, and I think does so easily from one that just balances and can get out and go. One that's still got enough muscularity, maybe not as fresh as what I'd like to see her, just judging her by herself, but that one can get out and reach, that one's square underneath, and that one still balances from a proportion standpoint. We could maybe clean up her neck just a bit, but I'm not going to miss a forest for the trees. That's the most fault-free one. The young lady with the blue bear coming here in two is a stout-made kind of a hog. That one's got big legs. That one's got big spread up high. I like that one's shoulder. I like the shoulder spread and the amount of shape that he's got there in the middle part of his back. One that's just a little bit lower in the way his neck attaches. One that's not as comfortable as he gets out and goes. The young man's belted bear that's here in third is one that, is very, very fresh in the center part of his back, one that's very bold in his center rib. Of the top three, though, from a balance standpoint, for as chunky as that one is, I wish his feet and ankles were bigger. It just doesn't quite balance, and that one's got the least amount of set to his rear leg, one that wants to get a little bit straight in his hawk and a little bit quick to the step. I need to lengthen his stride out from behind. One coming out next, another wide, bold, powerful, muscular pig's got lots of shape. One that just gets too up in her top line, one that gets too rigid off both ends. If I could freshen that one up about her front end and relax her in her spine, she could maybe go ahead and move up. The one that comes out next is one that I would take a backdrop of and rub it in my face on how good a backdrop picture that one will take. That one from his Hamlin junction forward is very, very stout and still very level. Range of motion from the side's very good, and I wish the view from behind doesn't matter, but it does, and so I've got to get that one down. He's just not true enough for me going directly away. The one coming out next is another one that's more elevated, more attractive up front than some other ones ahead of her. I still like that one's shape and cutability. I need to rock that one back in her blade as well. Let her just get out and reach a little better out of her front end and be bolder right there in her center body. Another good class. Congrats to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 2 Lightweight Crossbred. 6th place, Keegan Moore. 5th place, Alexandra Krogan. 4th place, Hudson Wright. 3rd place, Leander Hansen. 2nd place, Caitlin Schnell. And 1st place, Brinley Lloyd. To the holding pens, I need Class 1 medium weight. Ryan Aldred, Reese West, Bailey Furry, Avery Anderson, Sarah Turner, Hudson Wright, Taylon Campbell, Hayden Hubbard, Ruger Anderson, Sean Bassert.
We get out here for this division drive, and for me the decision does end up coming down between the two class winners, and I think there's some differences between them. The young man brings us one out of the first class in this division that is more attractive, is more youthful, and is probably a tick fresher as well. But at the same time, where the advantages lie with the heavier weight one is one that's bigger ankled, one that's arm is bigger and blade and boldness is bigger, and rear legs bigger. And I like both of them skeletally in terms of ones that can get out and reach out of their front end and drive off their rear leg. And so there's some give and take between them. I guess ultimately for me, the one I prefer as far as weighing the most totals and balance and length of body and everything being more proportional, I like the young lady's heavyweight out of this division to win. Young man that wins the first class in this division will be reserved. Congratulations.
Result of the lightweight crossbred championship drive. Your reserve champion exhibited by Logan Figler. Your champion exhibited by Brinley Lloyd.
I think a really good pair here at the upper end of the class, and then I think it kind of pairs up with these two, and then there's some give and take on down the line, but I like these two here quite a bit. Yeah, the one that's going to win the class, though, this young man's bear, you know, in an ideal world, I wish that one's front feet were maybe just a tick better, but at the same time, his rear passings are better than our option here in 2. I like the shape and ruggedness of that one's noggin and skull and depth of jaw than the one in second provides. And in addition to that, I feel like his overall advantage not only lies in the shape and tone of his muscle, but at the same time, that's just a more youthful, fresher type of bear to go ahead and win. The one that's in 2 does a lot of good things. Like I said, one that's very elevated, very high in terms of its head carriage, one that's long and extended up front. That's a bigger, heavier weight pig than what we have in our class winner. That one's depth of heart and depth of body's good, length of hips good, and that one's range of motion is still acceptable for one that's down on his pasterns on all 4. Again, it's probably contributing to him getting second today, but it's not so bad that he needs to be any lower because that one's still very square. There's probably more width and dimension in that one's view going away than what we have in our class winner, one that's still very attractive. At the same time, the tone and texture of his muscle is a bit softer. That one's just not quite as firm as what we have in our class winner, one that's just not quite as youthful in his overall look as what we have. If I could just firm that one up and pick him up on his feet, we could maybe go ahead and switch that pair. The young man that comes out in third's one that worked his way up the longer the drive wore on, just because that one's feet and legs could handle the rigor of a longer class and a bigger class. One that's still very flexible, one that's still fresh enough up high. I guess the difference for me is of the top 3, that one's Chine does want to get maybe just a bit higher, and in relation to the other 2, that one I read to being a bit more fragile in his ankle size, and one that's just a little bit more generic ahead of his blades. Coming out in 4 and 5, I think there's a pair of these things that are similar at a glance. You know, this one here, again, that's one of them that a backdrop picture will make me look silly because that one's uber rugged, one that's so incredibly stout, and going from the side, his range of motion is very, very good. That's a more moderate, kind of lower to the ground top bear, and although I like his range of motion from the side, when I get around behind him, that's just more than I can personally tolerate. If I could bring his stifle and hawk in just a bit, that one makes a run and makes it very, very competitive at the upper end of the class. The one that comes out next, I think, is built from a similar mold for me in terms of that look going away. What ended up sorting it, though, is she doesn't have the range with that flaw that the bear right ahead of her does. She's also a little bit further forward in her blade and just doesn't get out and reach with quite a longer stride as what we have right ahead of that particular gilt. But, man, that's a pair of very, very powerful, very, very stout pigs. And then as we get on down the line, here's one that is more elevated and upstanding than the 2 right ahead of him. That's one that's just a little bit staler for me, one that's just too rigid off both ends, and one that just, in his view going away, I need that one to pack a little bit more of a punch. This one coming here is a deep-hearted, bold-bodied one that's still stout constructed, too plain in his look and muscle for me. I need that one to be more attractive and crisper in terms of its shape. And then on down the line, there's some differences and ones that need to be fresher or more shapely or need to get out and go better. Another good class. Congrats to those exhibitors.
Medium weight class 2, I need Alice Martinez and Gage Anderson to the holding pens. In medium weight class 2, there should be Alice Martinez, Shelby Clark, Gage Anderson, Logan Stockton, Rutley Hanson, Lily Badger, Kel Snell, Kennedy Snell, Results of medium weight class 1. 11th place, Hudson Wright. 10, Avery Anderson. 9, Owen Conklin. 8, Taylon Campbell. 7, Sarah Turner. 6, Ruger Anderson. 5, Hayden Hubbard. 4, Ryan Allred. 3, Sean Bassert. 2, Bailey Faree. 1, Reese West. The holding pins, I need class 3 medium weight. Ashton Rigby, Cassidy Baumhoff, David Heinert, Sarah Northington, Bemley Watkins, Grayson Hesser, Brindley Farthing, Bailey Faree.
Some tough decisions got to get made in this class again once we get on down the line, but I think the Blue Bear wins for me handily. One that, again, just checking boxes, one that's proportional and balances, is bold and muscular, level and comfortable. I like that one there quite a bit. The burnt-colored one over here that's going to come in too, I think does so just from, again, a fundamental standpoint. A pig just has enough of lots of things. That one's elevated and attractive enough, one that's stout and bold enough, one that's flexible enough from the side. Getting right behind him, I wish that one was a bit square there in his hock, and I wish he was a bit crisper and fresher in terms of where his chine bone lanes in him and the shape he's got up high. But that one's still attractive and flexible, stout, and has enough muscle. The young man's black one that's going to come here in 3 is certainly bolder right in the middle part of his rib, one that's bolder and more shapely right down the center part of her spine than what we have in the pig that's going to be in 2. But of the top third of this class, that's one that for me just wants to get too forward in her blade. That's one that, although she is more shapely, I don't quite call that one uber fresh in her own appearance, especially from her blade forward. And of the top 3, that one gets the most restricted out of her blade and hip. The one that comes out next is another just kind of flexible made one, one that's got some cushion to its joints, almost to a fault. I wish that one was stronger on his front feet. Another one that's just plainer, not only in his overall look up front, but his muscle pattern I wish was a bit fresher and more expressive. One that just gets a little bit generic in his overall look, but he gets toward the upper end of the class because that's a flexible one that's still muscular. The one that comes out next is one that's still level. I like that about deep-hearted and big-bodied. I start questioning how genuine that one is, though. That one has just a little bit more grease than what I personally prefer. It's probably still acceptable for a lot of guys. For me, it's just a bit more than what I like. I'd like to pick him up on his front feet as well. And then on down the line, we still got a trio of these things that you know, maybe they're flexible enough up front or have enough look. This one here needs a little bit more just shape to the center part and lower part of her body. One that's got to tie it in her ham-loin junction better and be more coordinated off them rear two. Another one here that's just a little bit too tight right there in the center part of her rib. One that's just got to be opened up. She's too forward in her blade and higher in her chine. And then the one that's going to round out, it looks like maybe had a little bit of an injury there. One that's wanting to favor her left or her leg a little bit more. I'd like to square that one up and make it more comfortable. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 2 medium weight. 8th place, Candy Snell. 7th place, Kale Snell. 6th place, Alice Martinez. 5th place, Shelby Clark. 4, Logan Stockton. 3, Gage Anderson. 2, Lily Badger. 1, Rutley Hanson. To the holding pens, I need heavyweight class 1. Macy Lee Master, Riley Edling, Harper Jeffrey, Peyton Lynch, Kennedy Miller, Taya Gallegos, Price Harpstiff, Michaela Curlis, Taylor Bruce, Fletcher Hansen, Braden Vetter, Tatum Thompson, Catherine Olson.
Another good class here with some give and take, but the young ladies guild that's going to win the class, I think does a very good job of just tying the most good together. One that's wide and bold rib, one that's fresh in terms of its top, one that's still level and long out of her hip and has enough range of motion to go. She's getting a little gassed out here, but again, another long class. The young ladies guild that's going to come here and probably didn't hit me as hard as what I coming in the ring as looking back now, but just because I need that one's lower rib and rear flank to be better. That one's a little too dry down low, and that's why she's second. But ultimately, that's of what's remaining that's available beyond our class winner. That's a good-looking stout noggin one that's still level in her top, that's still fresh up high, square and flexible. If I could stouten up her bone and offer more just center and lower rib, we could maybe go ahead and slide that one up another spot. The young lady's blue blanketed one that comes out next is you know, as a silhouette, is broken from a similar mold of the one that's second in terms of one that's elevated, one that's level in her construction, and that one's probably got more, you know, depth of heart and lower body than what we have in the 1 and 2. But for me, that one gets too slender about her front end. That's a little, you know, more slender jawed, flatter shouldered one that's just too generic in her shape up high. That one just gets a little bit too round top for me. The one that comes out next, another big shouldered, bold bodied one that you know, at a glance, you know, gives you a hint of some spread and some dimension. But coming right at me and going right away, I start questioning things because that one wants to close up down low in her knee and where her hot comes in her. One that is a little bit more jammed up front and maybe just a little bit greasier than what I personally prefer. I wish we could firm that one up and make her more impressive in that view when she comes directly at me. The one coming out next is more shapely and higher cutability than the one right ahead of her. That one's just not fresh enough for me. One that gets a little lower fronted, one's a little higher in chine. That's a big boned one that still has plenty of length ahead of her shoulder. I need to elevate her up front, change the way she uses her rear leg, and freshen her up some. Then on down the line, we can let the rest of them out. You know, just some differences here. Here's another one that's maybe just a bit plainer in his look, maybe a little bit straighter in his hawk. The little chunky one that comes out next, certainly bold and powerful. That one's view going away just isn't good enough for me. One that rounds out, one that's a little bit straighter and needs to be busted open. Another good class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Results of medium weight class 3. 8th place, Grayson Hesser. 7th, Bemley Watkins. 6th, Ashton Rigby. 5th, David Heinert. 4, Cassidy Baumhoff. 3, Sarah Northington. 2, Brindley Farthing. 1, Bailey Furry.
We get these three out here for this division drive, and again, there's the general shape of them things I like an awful lot, and then it comes down to maybe a pair of them that are a little bit crisper and a little bit firmer in terms of the tone and texture of their muscle. Between the two, I feel like there's one of them that maybe just blends those pieces together better from his neck to shoulder to rib, and then ham-loin junction, and one that's certainly got some far-reaching pieces and a good enough angles to a skeleton to handle it. Young men's bear out here win this division. Congratulations. that second place in that class comes out, and like we talked about, that one's got a very, very good view when he drives directly away from me. One that, again, is a little bit softer in the texture of his muscle. One that's this so loose skeleton that comes at a fault. One that just wants to get a little bit soft down low, maybe a little uncoordinated. One that gets a little easy right there in the middle part of his back. That one's view going away is still very, very good. And still with all that, to still be that clean and attractive up front's very neat. I think it comes down between that one and the Gilt that wins our heavyweight class. There's some give and take between them two. I've been back and forth in my head maybe 3 or 4 times. The one that I just keep coming back to that is just different and just sticks out here, the young lady's second place bearer, will be reserved in this division. Congratulations.
Results of your medium weight class championship. Reserve champion exhibited by Bailey Faree. Champion exhibited by Reese West. To the holding pins, I need extra heavy, class 1. Chloe Smith, Riley Vetter, Bailey Faree, Macy Leemaster, Parker McKinney, Carly Killian, Michaela Curlis, Abe Scott. Fletcher Hansen.
Another very good class here, and the heat's getting turned up a bit toward the upper end of this drive. And, you know, there's 3 or 4 of them that coming in the gate I thought would sure get close and allowed them kids to kind of get off to the side and just relax them so that didn't happen, you know, too early in the class. But the one that's going to win, you know, in an ideal world, when I get right around behind him, his rear legs maybe want to go a little bit more east and west than what I prefer at times. And he's not quite as level out of his upper hip as what we have in a couple other options either. But at the same time, that one's still the best built one in terms of range of motion and comfort in relation to the one in second. He's tougher in the front 2/3 of his body. That one's got bolder forerib and upper part of his body. His skull shape and his blade is bolder and stouter as well. He's just got a tougher look throughout for me, and he's got more set and a more appropriate set to his front leg. The one that comes next, that's just an elevated, attractive kind of bear that's dead level. At the same time, with that, he's a little bit shallower about his head, not quite as rugged looking. And even though he's leveler out of his hip, he too is one that wants to get a little bit shorter there. And so I don't see that one actually striding out even with as much range of motion as what we have in the class winner. But man, that thing does strike a good look from the side. The one that comes 3 is the outlier of the top trio in terms of just maturity pattern and elevation. I wish that was just a bit taller and cleaner throughout. But with that said, that is a square-built pig. That's a square-bladed, square-kneed one that's square-bodied, square-hip, and has a square view going away. One that's very bold, one that's still very fresh in terms of his center body and the shape he's got right there in the middle part of his back and the depth of his loin. But like I said, of the top 3, that one's just a little bit more compact. I just need to stretch him out and clean up his front end just a bit. Another one that, like I said, about the top 2, could stand to be a little bit longer hipped, and so maybe I don't see enough advantage in his structure to go ahead and get up above them top 2, but that's an awfully dense one to be there in 3. The one that comes out next probably does have more range of motion and more reach off both ends of her body than maybe the ones in second or third. But with that said, of the top 4 in this class, that's one that just gets rounder in her general build. That one's a rounder shouldered, plainer top one that's rounder out of her hip. Going right away, she wants to get a little bit wild there in terms of her left stifle and hock placement. One then coming out next, another elevated type of pig that's still got some muscle, one that's still level made, one that's just too tight and straight in terms of the set to its hock. And of the top 4 or 5 in this class, in terms of rear bone column and ankle size, that one starts getting a little bit more fragile. And if I could give him more set to his rear leg, we could maybe go ahead and move him up too. And then as we start getting on down the line, there's pigs that still have quality, but just have too big of flaws that I could personally overlook or couldn't just blend it together. There's a powerful one that's certainly muscular, that's just too high in her top and round out of her hip, gets too wild going away. And then again, we can let the rest of them out. Lots of good pigs and good kids that did an awfully good job. I need to tweak some of them, whether it's this one here that just needs to be crisper in terms of shape and more muscular, and same's the case with some of them on down the line. Another good class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Okay, results of heavyweight class 1. 13th, Harper Jeffrey. 12, Kennedy Miller. 11, Peyton Lynch. 10, Riley Edling. 9, Price Harpstreet. 8, Macy Leemaster. 7, Michaela Curlis. 6, Taya Gallegos. 5, Fletcher Hansen. 4, Taylor Bruce. 3, Tatum Thompson. 2, Catherine Olson. 1, Braden Vetter. Fletcher Hansen to the holding pen with your extra heavy. Okay, so I need the following animals to choose the champion and reserve champion crossbred. Back to the holding pens. Super lightweight. I need Slate Hunter and Parker McKinney from Class 1. Okay, for your lightweight, I need Brinley Lloyd and Logan Figler. Medium, I need Reese West and Bailey Furry. Heavyweight, Braden Vetter, Catherine Olson.
Another very good class to end on, and there's some give and take, and I think even 4 deep or maybe 5 in this particular class. And like I said, there's maybe not one that doesn't come without their flaws, because the blue-necked one that's going to win the class, you know, I'd like to pick that one up on his feet. But beyond that, that's a big, massive, three-dimensional hog that has the most range of motion of any of them. And versus the one in second, the set of that one's blade and arm's better, its length of neck is better, and the shape and ruggedness of its skull's better. If I could pick that one up off his feet, maybe just a hair, I think it becomes quite obvious and very, very easy. But he is soft enough it does become close. This one here, you know, just from a silhouette standpoint, yeah, she's a little bit shorter and deeper about her neck, but it still blends. It's still proportional for her body shape, the type of mass she has going away. I think that one still blends very, very well. I guess for me, is not only is she another one that's a little soft on her front foot, in relation to the class winner, she's more forward in her blade and arm. She doesn't reach out of her front end as good as what our class winner does. And when I get right on top of that one, although I love the spread and freshness and shape she has down her top, that one wants to cave to the base of her body just a bit. She's not as dimensional in the shape of her forerib, and she's not as bold in the flare to her lower stifle as well. The one that comes out next is better in that regard, going right away. That's a power look. That's a big, shapely hip. That's a powerful stifle. That's a good noggin one that's still got bone to burn. I like all those things about her. The two big tricks on that one for me is her ham-loin junction and hips got to be restructured just a bit. I need to strengthen her ham-loin junction. I need to loosen her up out of her hip. Going right away, she's a little bit wilder than what I personally prefer, and a little bit tighter in the way that she travels. The one that comes next, again, from the side, and that one's ham-loin junction forward, I can find a lot of good in that one. He's maybe not as deep and bold and soft in his lower rib as what we have in some other options, but that's a good-looking one that's still got a gigantic forearm. I like that one, stoutness to his rear leg. He's not quite as fresh in terms of his shape right at the top of his blade and where his chine lays in him, and he leaves too much to be desired in that view going right away. I love his length of hip. Going right away, that's a smaller hipped pig that wants to funnel down to where his stifle and hock lay in him. If I could just broaden him out in that view from behind, he can maybe slide up a spot or two. Another bolt-centered, big-bladed one here that I start questioning a little bit of how genuinely, muscular that one is. Carrying a little bit more grease than what I prefer. One that's just a little bit too soft in its overall makeup and texture. And as we start getting on down the line, we've got some others that have some good about them. Another big-shouldered one that's just too fragile in its makeup. One that's just a little plainer and shallower about its head and neck. One that just needs more shape and muscularity. And then on down the line, just some pigs that have some good and have some problems. Another good class. Congratulations, those exhibitors.
Okay, so in the holding pens, I should have crossbred super lightweight with Parker McKinney and Slate Hunter. Then I should have lightweight Logan Figler and Brindley Lloyd. Then I should have the medium weight, Reese West, Bailey Faree. Heavyweight, I should have Braden Vetter, Catherine Olson. And then the extra heavy, I should have Bailey Faree and Michaela Curlis.
I was excited about each one of these, coming out of their respective weight division, and we get out here in this particular lineup, and maybe they don't match up, quite as well as what I hoped they would. But with that said, I'm still confident that they're each one of my very favorite one out of their weight division, and maybe they just didn't come in the same size and shape and those types of things that I'm looking for. But with that said, there's some give and take out here. There's some that are more flexible and maybe a little bit plainer about their look. There's ones that got some look and maybe a little bit, not quite as rugged and don't have age on their side. There's some that have that, but maybe could be a little bit stronger in their joints and those types of things. I think it comes down to a pair of these out here, and we'll select one, then we'll get the second place out here and see how it keeps matching up. There's give and take, and I'm back and forth in my head. I think there's a pair of them that have uber far-reaching pieces and are outliers and get out there, on the edge and make you just want to hold on and see what they got. Between the two, one of them's just got more gas in the tank. Young man over there is going to win this division. Congratulations. That reserve in that division comes out, and we talked about just a silhouette and being elevated and level, and then we talked about that one didn't have as much, blade dimension as what that champion did, and body shape, and, maybe didn't, coordinate himself, enough better than him to go ahead and get around him, but that one's certainly in the mix, and it comes down between that one and another one. I know these things have been driving, they've been through showmanship. I don't know how many times they've been in and out of the ring here the last little bit. They're all getting a little bit wore out and gas, and so it's hard as a judge to figure out how much of that to take into consideration. At the end of the day, you know, there's different fuel tanks in these things, and different ones can handle more. The one that I thought really reached out there and grabbed at the furthest distance, this young man right here, he's going to be reserved.
Results of your championship crossbred drive. Reserve champion crossbred exhibited by Reese West. Your champion crossbred exhibited by Braden Vetter. Now we're going to pick our overall 4-H market swine. AOB, I need back to the holding pens, Michaela Hall, Colby Avery. Berkshire, I need Taya Gallegos, Brady McKinney. Yorkshire, I need Sienna Gallegos, Braden Vetter. Duroc, I need Colby Avery, Gage Anderson. Hampshire, I need Michaela Curlis, Peyton Ramza. Spot, I need Kinsley Nussbaum and Michaela Hall. Super lightweight, I need Parker McKinney. Oh, wait, no. This is my last one. I know.
That spot is the reserve account.
Right.
Okay, no one knew that.
Nobody told her? And our champion crossbred, Braden Vetter, and reserve champion crossbred, Reese West. That's what I need back in the ring.
Does anybody have an EpiPen or Benadryl? Somebody's having an allergic reaction and we need something immediately?
So, what are we doing with the spot?
we get out here in the champion drive in the 4-H show, and again, I'm very pleased, ended up having to break them down by breeds, and they get back out here and still put a lot of good things together. And for me, like I said, if we took all the muscle and all the color and skin and hair off of them, a lot of them are built from the same mold, and the shape to their skeleton is very appropriate. There's still some differences between them in the way they drape muscle over them, the way they use those angles to their skeleton. There's going to be some differences there. But when you get out here and there's some different breeds, I don't handicap these things. I don't believe in giving something the benefit of the doubt because they're a particular breed, and for that breed, they're X. For me, it's a grand drive. If you want to win a show to me, you got to be the best one in the ring. I don't mean to be anticlimactic. There's one out here that, from the word go, just kept hitting me every time I saw this pig, and didn't know what to expect when they got back out here and got in the mix. Thing's still my favorite one. I think the red one's a hammer. Congratulations. Reserve comes out and is still very, very competitive. There was another one, though, in my mind that pushed our champion very hard. That's a very good pig. And, they all come with their flaws. I ain't seen a perfect one yet, or ones that are at least very close to perfect. We can still even make them better. We can add something to what they've got. There's another one out here, though, that is just wild looking. One that is skeleton. It has angles that are maybe even a bit more extreme in one area that maybe some people prefer, and that's okay. I like them ones that swing for the fence. I like them far-reaching pieces. I'm going to use it and sleep like a baby tonight. The Burke's my second favorite one. Congratulations.
Okay, we are now going to do Class 1, underweight. Okay, Class 1 underweight, I need the following individuals to the holding pens. Brady McKinney, Brindley Lloyd, Haley Kopsky, Peyton Ramza. Lewis Grizel with 2 entries. Jack Thomas, Travis Bartow, Ryan Allred. That's Class 1 underweight. Again, Brady McKinney, Lewis Grizel, Brindley Lloyd, Haley Kopsky, Peyton Ramza, Lewis Grizel, Jack Thomas, Travis Bartow, Ryan Allred. Okay, when we are done with the 3 classes of underweight, I need the FFA individuals be ready. The grand overall is Riley West, and the reserve overall is Taya Gallegos. Then I'll need the 4-H, which is Colby Avery and Taya Gallegos.
I was informed in this underweight deal, there's, more 3 heats and 3 classes at the end. There's only going to be a champion in reserve, and so there wasn't really a need to beat kids down and put somebody last in a class of pigs that they've got future and still got time to gain some weight on down the road and showing a market show later on in life. So we're just going to keep a couple out of each heat and then let those out and just pick a champion in reserve. Another good group of pigs we're just going to release back to the barn. Like the white bear over there is one that's still very square and deep-hearted and bold, maybe just not quite as shapely as what I prefer. Maybe could use a little bit more set to its rear leg. The young man's black one right here, that's a stout noggin, big-legged one. Sorry. It's got a little swelling there in his flank. Another one that I wish I could lengthen his hip and just relax him off them rear two just a bit. This one coming here is another very attractive, very shapely one that, again, just a little bit more tucked up there in the center part of her body, a little tight from behind. But a good class of pigs. Please put your hands together for these 5 as we release them back.
We just want to remind everybody you need to get your picture taken. The photographer will be over there till about 5:30. Remember, you need to take your sale card with you to get signatures. Make sure you have those turned in by 5 o'clock tomorrow.
Okay, in the holding pens, class 2, underweight. Should be Blake Miller, Chloe Smith, Luke Miller, Cody Joe Miller, Taya Thompson, Gunnar Bartow, Taylor Bruce, Abigail Allen, Isabella Marino, Danielle Motala, Slate Hunter, Catherine Love, Peyton Moore, Ryan Allred. Okay, so in the holding pens right now, I should have Class 2. Blake Miller, Chloe Smith, Luke Miller, Cody Joe Miller, Gunnar Bartow, Taylor Bruce, Abigail Allen. We're going to go ahead and do these last two underweight classes together. So I need Chloe Smith, Cody Joe Miller, Gunnar Bartow, Taylor Bruce, Abigail Allen, Isabel Marino, Danielle Matola, Slate Hunter, Catherine Love, Ryan Allred.
In this last underweight setup, I've got a couple more pulled that I'm confident in, and again, another group of younger lighter weight pigs are going to be excused back to the barn that still got some future ahead of him. This one here is a very good looking, shapely one that's still big bone. I need to open that one up in her lower rib, loosen her up off her rear too just a bit. This one that comes here is one of the more flexible ones in the drive that's got a good look. Again, that one's just a little bit flatter in her forearm, and I need to open that one up in the base of her forerib and down through her heart, maybe clean up her rear flank, maybe just a bit. So there's still some future in these things that got a chance. Congratulations to all you exhibitors. Give these a round of applause as we excuse them back, and we'll find a champion in reserve. We get down to these 4 underweight pigs here, and it's a shame that they ended up being underweight, because I'd be curious to see where a couple, 2 or 3 of these things would be, against the heat and the competition and the market show. But yet we start digging into these things, and I feel like there's a pair of them, and I guess the way I went through this mentally in my head is if I was going to back up a trailer and try to buy one of these things off of you guys to show here in 3 or 4 months and let them go ahead and get to that weight, there's a pair of them that I feel that come together for me they're different kinds. And that's fine, and the feeding strategy on these 2 lighter weight pigs would be completely different and opposite ends of the spectrum, and that's okay, because if they're fed properly, I think them 2 could be very, very competitive against one another on down the road if the exhibitors so choose to do so. But between the 2, one of them's a little bit wilder, a little bit further reaching, but yet does it with a skeleton that's still very elite. You can maybe lengthen this one's hip out just a bit, but the set to its hawk and its range of motion from behind is very, very good, and is very, very far reaching. And yet, there's another one. Dang it. There's another one that's probably, in terms of flesh and readiness today, does a better job of maybe just blending everything together, maybe a bit better, length of hips good, but at the same time is also a little bit further forward in their shoulder, is also one that as I get on top of them, is maybe just a little bit flatter in their general build, but from a silhouette and balance standpoint, from a set to the rear leg and length of hip standpoint, I still like it quite a bit. So it comes down to a pair of them. I'm the type of guy that I always tell people that ask me about our online sales, well, which one do you like the most? I said, well, that's a risky question, because the stuff I like is typically third to a lot of guys, because I don't like safe. I've never been one that believes in safe. I don't like them things. If I'm going to get beat, I want to turn heads when we walk out of the ring, because I'm just inherently an unlucky guy. So you might as well show some wild stuff and make it fun and be fun to look at and see in the barn. Again, there's a pair of them. I think they're both very neat in their other way, but hey, safe is for hand grenades and it ain't for pig shows. I like this one right here closest to me as the champion underweight. This young lady right here will be reserved. Congratulations.
A champion of your underweight is exhibited by Ryan Allred. Reserve champion exhibited by Brinley Lloyd.
You know, I got the call several months ago about judging this thing up here. You know, my wife and I made a conscious decision that I need to get out and judge more and get off the dang farm and get out and about. And, you know, a lot of things have gone through my head today. I didn't know what to expect. I know there's certainly competitive hog shows in this area of the state, there's no doubt. I had no idea that when we got in the Final Four in the grand drive of this thing that there was going to be 4 of them of that caliber. There ain't many shows down in our neck of the woods that have 4 of them that damn good in the grand drive, and you guys better be fired up and be fired up on the 2 kids that are going to get beat, because dang it just ain't fair that all 4 of you don't get a piece of it. You know, down there we've got to a point where we start going, you know, 4th, 5th overall, and I've been to jackpots that we go 10 deep, and gosh dang it, this is hard. Them are very, very good pigs, and you know, I think I've made up my mind. I'm not going to tell you I'm 100% confident in it, and I'm going to take some more time and look at them things, and when I select them, I will be 100% sure that one is my favorite one beyond a shadow of a doubt. Doesn't mean it's the best. I've tried to take the word best out of my vocabulary because that's too dang subjective, but I will tell you the ones I use will be my favorite ones, but understand how much I appreciate all 4 of them that are out here, you guys, the kids, and everything. It's been such a good show, and I'm not really into big, profound, life-altering grand drive speeches. It's just not my style. The one thing I'll leave you guys with is at some point you're going to show a pig for the last time and utilize this to the best of your ability to better you going forward and make an impact and do things that matter. The reason I was checking my phone a bunch earlier today, I've got a twin brother. My twin brother got on a plane this morning, landed in Maine for a layover. He's currently in air right now over the Atlantic to land in Ireland, and that idiot's going to end up in Egypt with guns and camo. So he's taking his second tour. My mind's been over there on him for a minute. It's his second tour, and I know he's going to be safe, and there's no doubt that I don't know why the government spends so much damn money on defense, and all we'd have to send is him. And everything's going to be okay wherever he's at. I assure you that's the toughest human being I know. And so I've had some other stuff going on, but I assure you, gosh dang, them 4 pigs are good. And if y'all ain't fired up on them, I don't guess we're looking at the same 4. And like I said, I'm not going to make any life-altering deals. Do things that matter when this is over with. Utilize it. We almost lost it a couple years ago. I don't know what the industry was up here in Wyoming in the middle of all the viral stuff. They shut us down there for a bit right in the middle of the game. We were moving out gilts after our gilt show at OYE. And fixing to move in over 2,000 head of bears to show at the Oklahoma Youth Expo when they called a stop to it. And we've had battles with PED down there. I mean, it can stop. It can be stopped. There's government forces that will stop it. Cherish it. And when it's all over, take what you learn and make an impact and be remembered and do stuff that matters. Again, I know we got to do some pins of 3 and that kind of stuff, but I want to get that off in the big drive. I'm gonna set down the mic and I'm gonna keep looking. And like I said, when I decide what I'm gonna do, I will be 100% confident. That's an awfully good 4 set of pigs. You guys ought to be very proud. Give yourselves a round of applause as well as them kids, please.
Okay, now we are ready to do our pen of 3 market swine owned by 1 exhibitor. Gage Anderson, Isabella Marino, Juliana Marino, Macy Lee Master, Michaela Curlis. Shelby Clark.
What time is show start,
Okay, we are now doing the pen of three, one exhibitor. I have Gage Anderson, Isabella Marino, Juliana Marino, and Macy Lee Master. That is one person, three animals. Oh, Alan, would you come to the announcer stand, please? Okay, this is the last call for pen of 3 market swine owned by one exhibitor. Gage Anderson, Isabella Marino, Juliana Marino, Macy Lee Master.
I guess we just have a single entry here in the individual pen of 3. A young man brings a set that are very good in terms of all their depth of heart and the shape to their body, ones that have shape up high and are muscular. That's a nice set, and the young man should be commended to bringing them back out here and showing off the project as a whole and all the effort he's put in. Give this young man a good round of applause and congratulations to him.
Okay, now we're ready to do the club pen of 3 market swine. I need an entry from Peyton Ramza, Hillsdale Tip Toppers, and Gunnar Bartos, South Ranchers. Again, club pen of 3 market swine. Entry from Hillsdale Tip Toppers and South Stars.
we get out here for the club pin of three, and I think it's a neat deal, and it's something that I wish that down in our neck of the woods that they would buy in and do, because it's a chance to kind of come together, you know, as a chapter, as a club, and you know, have bragging rights for a year, so as it were. You know, you got two sets out here. I think within each set, you can kind of see similarities, and you know, the way they're picked out, and they look alike as individual sets. Between them, though, there's one set, though, I guess for me, just in terms of just some extra mass and boldness. I like this group that was pinned up over here to go ahead and be champion pin of three, and then these guys that came in second will be reserved. Congratulations.